Chapter 261, Master of Manipulation. Sylvester glanced at Lady Aurora and she looked back at him. Both their eyes met, and without words they communicated on instincts. "What now?" she inquired. Sylvester shrugged and walked back to the carriage. "Now we wait for tomorrow. Even then, if they don't let us enter, perhaps I will have to gather some attention." The two had been really tired after months of constant fighting. First, the whole demon deal and then the war. They just wanted peace of mind after completing this, but fate certainly wished to make them suffer a bit more. So the two spent the night in the carriage itself, as it was their most protected spot. They could move at a moment's notice if needed. Thankfully, though, no overnight attack happened. The following day, Sylvester woke up early and got them hot milk and buttered bread to eat. Then, they waited until the sun was up and the streets became full of activity. Again, they went to the castle wall gates and spoke to the guards. Sylvester, again, showed the paper as this was a different guard. "It's urgent, by the order of the Holy Land." Ah, but His Majesty returned late at night after yesterday's hunting excursion. "He's tired right now and sleeping in the castle. Please come back in the evening. Perhaps he'd be in the mood to see guests by then." The guard replied as if he was a machine, so monotonous. It was easy to see that the man had memorized this reply. Sylvester sighed and turned around, though Lady Aurora was pissed. She got to the guard's face and roared, Do you have any idea who you speak to? I am a guardian of light from the Holy Land." The guard, however, didn't appear threatened. "I can't." Sylvester pulled Lady Aurora back. "Leave him, Lady Aurora. This man clearly is forsaken by the light of Solis. That's why he lies like this. But unfortunately for him, Solis sees it all and everything leads to final judgment after death." Sylvester tried to scare the man with his religious talks, and it seemed to work as well as he noticed a frown on his face and the sense of fear. But the man didn't back down. Instead, he kept telling them to come back in the evening. So they were denied an audience with the king for the second time. "Let's go and see the monastery. Cardinal Suprema should be there. Perhaps he can help us," Sylvester decided and got back on the carriage. It was still morning, so they had much time to kill. They decided to also do some sightseeing in the city and see how the people lived and their mindset regarding the church. After all, in a kingdom so hostile towards the Holy Land, there were bound to be some issues. Soon, they parked the carriage in the yard of the massive monastery in the city and walked inside the tall, well-maintained building to meet Cardinal Suprema. "Why is everything so calm and desolate here?" Lady Aurora wondered. Sylvester felt it too, as he looked at the various parts of the premises. The palace was the office of Cardinal Suprema, and it was supposed to be busy all the time due to the multiple requests made by the people or other smaller monasteries around the region. This time, Lady Aurora took the lead as her rank eclipsed a Cardinal Suprema. "I am the 10th Guardian of Light, Aurora Foxtron. Bring me to the Cardinal, I wish to speak with him." They spoke to the first man they found after entering the monastery, which turned out to be a bishop. "Respected Lady 10th, it's an honor to see you here. We were not told about your arrival." The man bowed his head with respect. "I am James Mason, bishop and the acting Cardinal Suprema." "Acting? What happened to the original Cardinal Suprema?" Sylvester asked. Sadly, he passed away last year, and since then no new cardinal has been appointed here. I have sent an application time and time again, but they only tell me to wait," Bishop replied. Sylvester could smell the conspiracy from a mile away. Someone must have killed the cardinal. "Tell me, Bishop, what's the current state of the faith in the River City and the region itself? Please be honest." The man looked at Lady Aurora with his scared brown eyes and pale, sweaty face. "Please come with me to the office, lest the walls may grow ears." "Lead the way." So they soon entered the cardinal's office and took seats by the table. But the bishop didn't sit and just answered their previous question. "The situation is dire, my lady. The king has gone completely senile and anti-faith. I used to be the River Castle's resident clergyman before, but then I was thrown out, and soon the cardinal died. The people also share that same sentiment thanks to king's men spreading harmful rumors about the faith. And when we send men around the region to preach, the guards come and, every single time, push the crowd around to make them leave. They even arrest clergymen, saying we held an unlawful gathering." Sylvester didn't mind, though. All he needed was one single meeting with the king, and that would be the game over. But sadly, even meeting him was proving to be complicated. "Can you do something to have us enter the castle? We're here to stop the war," Sylvester asked. Bishop shook his head. "The war won't stop, I'm afraid. King Riveria has spread the word to the masses to join the army. The various workshops are running day and night to produce war goods. He wants Gracia Kingdom and he won't stop. We will make him. Bishop, I am Sylvester Maximilian, Bard of the Lord. You must have guessed that by my looks. Tell me, how many men do we have in the monastery? I wish to force the king to come out if he won't invite me." Sylvester inquired with confidence oozing in his voice. "The monastery is a big one. We have 30 bright mothers, 300 clergymen, and a single company of 100 men of the Holy Army. What is your plan, my lord?" Bishop Mason asked in hope. "Ah, there it is," Lady Aurora exclaimed. "That smile, I know it." Sylvester did smile schemingly. "The plan is simple. The best way to scare a man is first to find what he is scared of, and then intensify his fears 100 times. What does a man who dislikes the faith of Solis fear the most? A man like Sylvester, of course." Sylvester had decided that in his pursuit to cause an uproar, he was also going to do something good in the name of the faith. So, he called 10 soldiers from the Holy Army and made them wear their ceremonial clothing, a bright white armor with golden capes and well-polished golden helmets. Then he called for 5 bright mothers who knew how to sing. They too were to wear their freshly cleaned clothes. As for Sylvester, he was to wear customary church robes, but this time completely white, with a red cloth around his shoulder. He appeared as ordinary as any man, but when he started singing the hymns and the back of his head shined in bright light, he was the most spectacular. Sylvester walked to the front with Lady Aurora by his side. Behind him were 5 bright mothers, singing each line loudly after he was done. Then, behind them were the 10 soldiers in a long matrix formation, thumping their feet as if marching. Not to mention, Sylvester had utilized the love of bright mothers towards him and asked them to spread the word around the entire city that the famed Bard of the Lord had come to bless the land. Thankfully, even if the people hated the clergymen, none could come to hate the sweet-talking bright mothers. Hear me, this is a sacred hymn. Oh, mortals of this land, soak in this rhyme. To remember Solis, you don't need time. Be it someone who lives well or does crime. Everyone is worthy of one forgiveness, to sublime one. If I have mistaken, you can openly bemoan. But trust me, I can help you be a better person. I can turn you into your own better version. So come, join me in this holy sermon." Sylvester's words were neutral and didn't mean to vindicate anyone. He knew that at this stage, what he said didn't matter, but what he looked like did. After all, no other man was known to any who was blessed with a halo behind the head. The city disliked the clergy, but that didn't mean their faith in the Solis was gone. It had merely dwindled, and that was now being rekindled. Many eyes went numb, and their hearts were shaken. After all, magic was so ordinary that nothing felt like a miracle in the world anymore. But Sylvester's ethereal sight, his perfect face, golden blonde hair, golden eyes, and the light, they were anything but otherworldly for most eyes. "Yes, it's working, ha-ha." Sylvester cheered proudly as he smelled the extreme scent of tulips. The worship was off the charts. Sylvester glanced at Lady Aurora beside him, and gave the nod. With that, she walked beside him and raised his right palm forward. From it, shining bolts of white electricity started to rise. Soon, they became huge and formed various shapes in the sky ahead of Sylvester. Eventually, they started taking precise forms of people. But who were they? None knew, though Sylvester was there to teach. Watch the lives of those who came before. The first pope, Solis, who opened the door, allowing the light to bask on us more and more. He was the light to our lost souls, who got us to the shore. Sylvester made it clear that the spectacle was massive and awe-inspiring enough to produce goosebumps. And what Lady Aurora made was the representation of many popes in history. The one to unite us under one warm light. The pope who never lost any holy fight. The warrior pope spread the faith to new heights. None before, none ever shall match his might. The scene of Pope Pollux Ragthon appeared in the sky, stabbing a demon. It was clear enough to understand and send shudders down bodies. The people were genuinely finding a new love for the faith. Sylvester kept singing but never stopped. He roamed across the city, and soon, behind him, thousands of people walked, crowding the streets as if they were a flood passing through the lands. At last, Sylvester decided it was time and marched towards the castle. Singing, he kept telling the tale of popes. No one realized where they were going, but the crowd made the castle guards shudder in fear. They didn't know what to do, attack or not, because they too were mesmerized. Thud. Finally, Sylvester stopped 10 meters from the castle wall's gate and turned around to face the crowd. Many among the people had tears in their eyes and watched him in adoration. It was this easy to manipulate them, Sylvester thought. My beloved brothers and sisters of the faith, to meet me today was your absolute fate. But I'm afraid the big man, there feels nothing but hate. So for the next hymn, I'm afraid I will be very late. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, a few masked men in dark blue tight clothes appeared behind Sylvester, wearing the uniform of Riveria Royal Guards, and put a black sack on Sylvester's head, then tied it with a rope. In seconds they picked him up and disappeared, leaving the crowd confused, feeling abused. Chapter 262, Power of Halo and Hymns. Bam! Pah! Punches and kicks flew freely at the blond man hanging in the middle of the dark room, with hands tied above the head and to the ceiling. Robes had been taken away, only leaving his pants. Bam! How dare you organize a mob against His Majesty? Bam! Stop smiling. Sylvester's smooth, spotless skin over the well-defined muscles and abs was now covered with red spots from all the welcoming attacks from 4 men standing around. They used sticks until they broke in punches, until they got so tired that they stopped from all panting. But Sylvester, hanging in the middle, merely laughed and asked, "Water." Even the 4 men had gone so tired that they felt somewhat bad, so they gestured for one of them to go and bring some water in a wooden glass. Though when the glass was being extended to Sylvester's mouth, he just laughed and gestured with a nod to the man standing on his left, panting after exerting himself so much. Not me. Give it to him. Look at his red face and that throbbing belly. I'd hate to see someone die from a heart attack because of me. The 3 men looked at the 4th one speechlessly. The man was obese, and his belly throbbed while he panted. The face was all sweaty and red as well. All 4 were left red-faced, seeing Sylvester not even breaking a sweat even after being punched for so long. Heck, he wasn't even bleeding from anywhere and only appeared to have some red bruises. You, how dare you mock us? The fat man tried to punch Sylvester. Thud! But Sylvester merely dodged it by moving his head back a little. As a result, the man missed landing the fist and instead went with the momentum and fell on the floor, face first, breaking his nose. Arg fuck, they said he was just a clergyman, why is he so strong? The man asked his friends. Amused, Sylvester inquired, They didn't tell you who I am." The four shook their heads, and one of them spoke. "We're just simple workers of the guard post number 4. Our only job is to make people confess to their sins." They Sylvester sighed and looked at them intensely. "I am Sylvester Maximilian, Grand Crusader, Lord's Bard and God's favored. Do you know what that means? That means you four will be burned at the stake for torturing me and the blasphemy you have done." What? That can't be it. You're so young. You cannot be such a higher clergyman," the fat one argued. Sylvester smiled, closed his eyes and sang a small hymn. "He who stays blind even with his eyes open. Punishment will come to leave them broken. You have hurt the people's deeper emotions. Watch Lord's wrath, you have now awoken." Thud! All four fell to their knees and their faces went pale as they realized their folly. They cried and asked for forgiveness. After all, with a halo behind his head, Sylvester appeared like Solis incarnate. "Oh God, what have we done? Please forgive us, my Lord. Please, you are big and mighty. Just once give us a chance." Sylvester sighed and used extra force on his tied arms. Instantly, the ropes broke apart in a snap and released Sylvester to the ground. Crack! He stretched and cracked his fingers and neck. Then he walked to the clay pot full of water. He took some out and washed his face, hands, and feet. Bam! But then, shocking the four, he walked to a wall and slammed his face on it with force heavy enough to make a dent. Instantly, his nose started to bleed. Satisfied, he returned to the same spot and tied himself again, though his feet touched the floor this time. "Men, you have sinned, but what you do from now on will decide whether you are saved or skinned." What do you mean, my lord?" one of them asked. Boom! An ear-shattering explosive erupted from outside. That, what? Everything was a part of the plan. So, after Sylvester revealed the plan, they asked the bishop to use his contacts, have Sylvester arrested by fake royal guards, and be given to a small guard post to be lightly beaten. With that, he created a perfect storm of an angry, rioting mob. With the location of the blessed bard known, they all stormed to the guard post in thousands. All the city guards who came in the way got thrashed, slapped, and thrown away. Not to mention, some clergymen from the monastery were among the crowd, inciting them and even sometimes attacking them to create a riot-like situation. The crowd's mind was forcefully manipulated into thinking that the city guards were heretics who harmed Lord's Bard. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and then 10,000. In a city of 500,000, what was a few dozen thousand? So gathering the crowd was extremely easy. By the evening of the same day, the guard post was surrounded, and the people had started to throw stones and eggs at the place holding Sylvester. But eventually, the anger became too much, and discreetly, a wizard clergyman from the crowd threw an explosive crystal at the gates, shattering it apart. The explosion pumped the crowd and gave them the signal to go ahead and attack, which they graciously did. But even then, they needed a push, which a few hired men provided by going first. Loud shouts echoed throughout the eastern part of the city. People barged through every barricade placed. "No, please let me go." The guards working in that guard post tried to run away, but they were surrounded and soon caught. They received no mercy as the mob ran on collective anger and rage. Amidst the screams that slowly diminished, crowds of fanatic rioters tore the guards into pieces. Legs flew one way and arms the other, while the head got crushed under feet. Every man wearing the guard's uniform received the same fate. Furniture or any other valuable item in the guard post got instantly stolen or broken. Of course, the mob had already forgotten why they were even doing it. For most, just the thrill of delving into one's wildest animalistic nature with no consequences was enough. The situation seemed out of control, but was under control as everything went according to plan. Of course, A few casualties were already expected, but it was nothing in the grand scheme of things. Just a few minor sacrifices for the greater good of the world. Whoosh! The guard post was slightly bigger as it also held some prison cells. Hence, nearly a dozen or so guards were resting inside when the mob attacked. However, Sylvester was in the basement, hidden behind a secret door. Clergymen disguised in the mob knew where to go. They pushed aside a big bookcase and quickly opened the way leading to the basement. Unfortunately, it was small, and the people tried to barge in. Thankfully, Sylvester had ordered and instructed the clergymen and Holy Army soldiers on how to disperse the crowd and how to control it to avoid any stampede and crushing situation. So, in an orderly manner, only a few were let in, so there was still room to turn around. But what went inside the basement was anybody's guess. Since it was a hidden space, there was only one room which belonged to Sylvester. Boom! The door was broken open, and a raging crowd entered. At one glance, they saw Sylvester's body hanging in the middle by a rope, his face bloodied and his body full of bruises, while there were 4 men in guards' uniforms. Simple to say, anger flared and threats were declared. The people had nothing to fear after all. "You heard our Lord Bard," they shouted, while just a day ago they didn't even know or care about Sylvester. "No, don't kill us, please, just take him," the 4 cried and tried to hide behind Sylvester's hanging body while he acted unconscious. Argasia. Sadly, one of them, the fat one, was caught by the mob, as there was not enough space behind Sylvester. In a matter of seconds, the man was ripped apart into pieces while his screams and agony died down slowly. The remaining 3 shivered, cried, and wet their pants. There was nowhere to run, and only one man could save them there. So the 3 fell to their knees and held Sylvester's legs, pleading, "Please save us, Lord Bard. We have sinned, but give us a chance, just one." "Yes, I have a family, my lord. I can't have my little daughter orphaned. How will she survive?" They bawled their eyes out and told their life stories, family histories, and whatnot. Of course, the crowd didn't care, and soon, 2 more died at the hands of the people. Enough! Finally, Sylvester's loud voice resounded, shutting the crowd into silence. A warm halo appeared behind his head, and he reminded them of 2 lines from the hymn he had sung in the morning. "Be it someone who lives good or does crime. Everyone is worthy of one forgiveness, to sublime." He then helped the sole survivor, who was terrified for life now, ripe to be brainwashed quickly. Sylvester didn't want the man to remember that he had bashed his own face on the wall to make it bleed. What he wanted was that he only remembers the fear and his divine grace, the reason he survived. "Let this man go, my brothers and sister of the faith. He sinned once, but every man deserves a second chance. Let this be a lesson for him to stay true to the faith and never sin again." He ensured to keep light coming from his palms as well. The warmth from it was the best way to let the people feel close and connected. "Turn around and walk outside, for there is no greater kindness than to forgive. This violence is meaningless, for I still live. But all of you have a greater war coming to your doors soon, as your king dreams of taking Gracia by the end of this moon. You shall lose sons, husbands, brothers, fathers, and friends in this senseless war. Man will kill another for dreams of someone who will never step on the field himself. In the end, he shall have the riches, and you burned on pyres like witches." His words echoed in their minds and sent shivers down their spines. Sylvester smelled the fear he induced. There was a reason he said this to a smaller crowd, so there was nobody to refute him. "But I came here to speak with the king to bring peace. So step aside so I may enter the royal castle and give all of you everlasting peace, without any hassle." Sylvester roared his last few words. The people, their emotions slowly changed from fear to a wave of happiness and hope. Of course, everybody liked talking about war but not participating. "May the bard's light enlighten us," one of them roared. "May the bard's light enlighten us." Slowly the fever spread, and tens of thousands of men and women crowded inside and outside the building, shouting the same words again and again. It was not only the roar of a door, but also Sylvester's knock on the king's door. Within a day, he turned the people of River City into his greatest army that would ensure he'd enter the castle and meet the king. Not to mention, with the wording of their chants and the omission of the Lord and addition of the bard, he knew one thing. Haha, people of River City, welcome to my cult. Chapter 263, Sylvester meets King Reveria. At the helm of the crowd, Sylvester walked straight towards the castle. The crowd chanted slogans in unison, ensuring that every person in the castle could hear him. "Let the bard in. We don't want war. Let there be peace." Sylvester had turned them into hippies, but he didn't care. As long as the city's significant population rejected the call for war, the king would have to think twice because the people of River City were some of the most talented and wealthiest folks in the entire kingdom, as this was the capital and the center of the kingdom. Lady Aurora soon arrived beside him and smiled. "I've set everything up, Sylvester. Fires will soon shroud various places across the city, and the men from the monastery will douse those flames while singing your hymns, so the people will forever remember who saved them." Sylvester chuckled and kept walking. He knew what he was doing was unethical, as he was creating a problem and then solving it himself. But this was war and everything was fair in it. Not to mention, this was what politicians do, and he was the father of all politicians, a spy. "Good job. You will accompany me inside and stay by my side the whole time. But you must not say or do anything without my permission. I've spoken to Lord Inquisitor, and he said the king is very scheming and quick with his mouth. He may try to anger us with words, hoping we do something so he can renege on his deal to end the war." He advised her, not in a commanding tone, as he still respected Lady Aurora's strength and rank in the clergy, no matter how close they were. She was busy cleaning her armor and clothes with magic as they walked. "Understood, Sylvester. Don't worry about me, but I'm afraid he will invoke something about Xavia, which may anger you." Sylvester smirked. "Oh, I hope he does that." "I won't have any second thoughts then," Sylvester added in silence. "You want me to heal you? Your face looks bruised," she asked. But Sylvester denied it. That would beat the whole point. The king must see and understand the situation he has put himself into. He didn't just attack me today. He attacked the authority of the Holy Land. I know my looks won't scare him or affect him, but let's not forget that every king has a court, and every court has two sides. One which always stands with the king, and one that opposes. Laws may bind the Holy Land, but that doesn't mean it's a toothless lion. You anger us enough. We won't only bite but also eat and digest." "Pet." Lady Aurora tapped his back. "Good man, you sound like my father more and more now, but I agree with whatever you said. One more thing, do not react if all of a sudden some assassins appear. They won't be after me," he added, and refused to elaborate. Soon enough the standoff began. But the king had reinforced the castle wall's gates with many more garrisons of the guards. They were all clad in their heavy armor and shields, prepared to face the riots. But they were there to save the castle, so who was going to save the city? Boom! Soon the first random explosion appeared inside the city. It was just a short distance from the castle. Hence, the guards could see the cloud of flames rising in the sky. It was dense and much fiercer than normal fire for some reason. Sylvester walked forward and spoke with the most well-armored knight with an ocean blue cape on his shoulder and a blue feather fin over his helmet. "Please tell His Majesty that if he does not allow me to enter, then perhaps only this castle will be left standing, not the city." His voice was so calm and soothing, yet the threats were clear as day. The man gulped and nodded before turning around and heading back into the castle. Unfortunately, though, the guards at the wall only kept increasing slowly. Boom! A second explosion resounded. Of course, Sylvester was not going to calm down until he had the signed letter from the king that called for a ceasefire. The explosions were meant to put more and more pressure. Speak and shout, sing with me, my brothers and sister. Today, show your pain to those who know not what's a blister. Sylvester's occasional hymns continued to pump the crowd. The people had become accustomed to repeating after him, so eventually, all his hymns reached all the protesters. Boom! The third explosion came, this one in the distance, but the sound was still as resounding as any. Please come in. As expected, the guard returned and frantically called them inside. The king is in the Riverside Gardens. The servants inside will take you to him. Until then, please tell them to calm down. Sylvester glanced back and waved his hand. Instantly, the crowd became louder. I'm afraid the crowd will only calm down once they have what they want. Until then, stay safe. He patted the guard's shoulder and entered the castle premise with a small metal box in hand. It took him so much arm twisting, but finally, he felt the fruit of the labor taste much sweeter. With Lady Aurora behind him, they soon crossed the moat and the final gate. Once inside, Sylvester's jaw fell as he soaked himself in the beauty in front of his eyes. It was a massive castle. There was just one, but it was immense, not just in height but also in its area. Heck, he noticed many waterfalls coming down from many rooftops of the castle. There were various beautiful birds, flowers, and trees. The breeze was so different from the city that it suddenly felt like they were in a different part of the world. The castle was made of light gray stone with a slight blue tint. The roofs were all covered with ocean blue tiles, and there was an abundance of water. There were small ponds and fountains as far as Sylvester could see. Many people were working to maintain all that area as well. People were cutting the grass and cleaning the many fountains and ponds. He even noticed what seemed like a sparring match between some kids, likely King Reveria's kids, as the latter had so many, and his harem was also something to boast about. Lady Aurora sighed. Every time I see this place, I wonder why these men even want to fight. They have everything that a commoner can't even dream of. Sylvester didn't mind, as he had seen many times before how greed consumes men in power and brings senseless war onto the people. Let's go and finish this work. They followed the servant male who led them towards the river on the castle's west side. There were vast grasslands overlooking the river, and apparently, the king was supposed to be there. They had no complaints, though, as they got to see the beauty of the castle. They silently followed and soon arrived in front of 3-meter-tall walls made of bushes. There was a metallic open gate between them. The servant stopped and gestured for them to enter. Please enter. His Majesty is waiting inside. Sylvester nodded and walked in confidently. He took a few long, calming breaths simultaneously, hoping everything he was about to do went well. At the same time, he glanced at Muraj on his left shoulder and gave a wink. The furry boy also tried to wink back at him, though he only ended up blinking both eyes. Aurora, remember my words, stay under control, he advised again. With that, they finally arrived outside a glass house just a few meters away from the riverbank. The place was full of flowers, and the scents were overwhelmingly pleasant. Combined with the sound of the river, it was an incredibly soothing place. Please enter, they are waiting. Another servant was waiting for them at the gate. Sylvester followed directions and went inside the densely vegetated garden. He could notice a distant sound of a chuckle and some voices belonging to men. All right then, let's see if I still have it in me. He took a calming breath and made more noise from his footsteps, revealing his position. Then, once he turned from the pathway between the dense plants and trees, he noticed a white garden table and 4 chairs beside the glass window that overlooked the river. On the side closer to the window, 2 men were sitting. One was King Riveria, looking older than the last time he saw the man. Wrinkles had taken over his face, white shoulder-length hair was falling to the back, and his sharp yellowish-green eyes had gone hazy. He also seemed very weak with a thin, frail body, but above his head, the crows still shined as any other day. Sylvester knew he could kill the king even if he slapped the man too hard, but he sensed death from the other man. The man also appeared old, with white shoulder-length hair falling to his sides while parting from the middle above. The old man had a well-defined sharp mustache and wore a monocle. But that was the only old thing about him, as he was at least 6'5" and as broad as Sir Dalaran. It was obvious that the man was a high-ranked wizard or a knight. "Greetings, Your Majesty. You're a hard man to meet." Sylvester made himself known as he walked closer and put the metal box on the table. The king and the other man amusingly looked up, not even greeting them back. The king even sneered and, as expected, retorted indirectly. "And you're a guest most pray only to entertain once. You've had quite an adventure in the city." Sylvester chuckled and confidently took a seat just beside King Riveria. "What can I say? Your welcome overwhelmed me, but don't they say desperate times call for desperate measures, Your Majesty? Ah, the anger, rage, and whatnot, the king hates me to the core." Sylvester was always alert. "This is Lady Aurora, the 10th Guardian of Light," he introduced. The king first lazily pointed the finger at the other man sitting beside him. "This is my dear friend, Atlas Aqua Riveria, the first Grand Wizard of Riveria." But then, all of a sudden, Sylvester smelled lust from the king as the old, ugly, frail man swept his gaze on Lady Aurora from head to toe. "By the way, Lady Aurora, you're a Grand Wizard, correct? Even with all that power, why waste away your life as a clergyperson? Perhaps I can find a place for you in my castle. The realm needs strong blood, and strong blood comes from strong men and women after all." Lady Aurora sneered, displeased, obviously. "Please keep me out of your talks, Your Majesty. I've given my life to the faith, so I request you not to sully my worship." "The worship is wasted." The king jibed while pouring himself a glass of whatever was in the bottle on the table. Sylvester, however, with a plain face, talked back, though a bit cryptically. "Thank you for your wise words, Your Majesty. The world is witness to your exploits. A man so famously known as the key to 100 locks. I'm sure many of your children shall be mighty keys like you." King's face fell. Of course, he was not famed as the key to 100 locks for being a sex god, rather, his inability to produce strong heirs. The king barked back instantly. "What about you, boy? Do you know the key that unlocked your mother? Or perhaps she's the lock that opens for every key it comes across." Chapter 264, Web of Lies. Sylvester's brows twitched as the king was basically calling Xavier a whore. But he didn't react sharply, as this was going to be the last day that the man would laugh. He knew that the king was only looking for an excuse to throw him out. "I'm afraid if I told you who the key is, you'd shit your pants." But Sylvester also knew that he could not just let the man walk over him, as that would give the king a green light that he can be pushed around. "Your Majesty, whoever it was, I must say, it was one majestic godly key to churn out someone as talented as me. I'm sure I'm the envy of many fathers and mothers." Sylvester jibed back at the old king, reminding him his only most talented son was missing. Missing was still the official status of Rommel Riveria, as the body was never recovered. Not only the king, but the Holy Land was still looking for the boy, as the case had gone in history as the most bizarre and serious unsolved mystery. How could a boy just disappear from a place no one could run from? Sylvester could only imagine how much gold the king must have spent in search of him. Old King Riveria immediately lost his temper. He didn't stand up, however, as even doing that required the help of his friend. How dare you come into my house and disrespect me? For all you've done against my family, I should have you beheaded." Sylvester didn't even bother with his threats and started to slowly open the metal box on the table. "Yes, you can do that, but are you sure you want it? I am not Sylvester Maximilian today, but the representative of the Holy Land." "Makes no difference to me," King Riveria barked. Sylvester shrugged and opened the metal box and took out the preserved head of Duke Demon. It prompted the king to shut up and back up a little, as the sight was gruesome, to say the least. The face appeared pale, and the eye sockets were empty. "As per the deal, this is the head of Duke Demon, the man who was behind the death of your daughter. He did it after being enchanted by a mad witch who is now nothing but ash. Now call off the war." The king was a tough nut to crack, as he retorted, "How do I ensure he's the real duke? How do I ensure you are not playing schemes with me?" Sylvester's shoulder fell in tiredness. He wanted to slap the man and end it, but he had to be patient as his mission was too sensitive. Everything needed to be perfect, or else, in the future, someone could point fingers at the Holy Land. About 15,000 men who participated in the army and dozens of higher clergy, as well as King Harold, can verify it. The man died a gruesome death, first losing his eyes and arms in battle with me, then his head to you. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you succeeded in what you always wanted. Gracia is weaker than ever before. Even one of their grand wizards got arrested by the second Guardian of Light, also losing his arms. Sylvester gave more details about what happened, all in the hope of enticing the old rotten-tongued king. "Good, I smell excitement, but doubt still lingers. He's emotionally broken and perfectly ripe for me." Sylvester took a folded, thin parchment from his gown's pocket and unfolded it on the table. It was the map of the northern part of the east of Saul continent. It included the Riveria and Gracia kingdom, along with the Holy Land. "Not only that, but the Holy Land has tasked me to offer you a great deal that shall end the war between you and Gracia family once and for all. But I cannot speak of it to anyone but you." Sylvester laid down his small term. "Please go. I don't want to take major risks in front of a grand wizard. He may catch my lies." He tried to play some mind games with the king. He knew that the king hated him and would never forgive him, most likely. But he at least tried to divert the man's mind from the hate, because to ensure his task succeeds, he needed the king to be excited and open. Though before the king, the grand wizard spoke in his hoarse, plain voice. "What is this about?" Sylvester gave a one-word answer that widened everyone's eyes. "Expansion." Even Lady Aurora was shocked, as Sylvester never told her about this plan. But she didn't dare to say anything at the moment. Immediately, the Grand Wizard stood up, as he was confident that no man would be foolish enough to try anything there. He politely looked at Lady Aurora. "My lady, if you don't mind, will you give this old man company for a few minutes while they talk?" Lady Aurora stood up quickly after getting a nod from Sylvester. The nod was pre-planned, however, so she ensured that everyone saw it happen. The plan was to show that she was under Sylvester's command, declaring without words that Sylvester had a very high authority. Hence, what he said was likely the truth. Soon both Grand Wizards left, and Sylvester slid his chair closer to the table. He then put his finger on the part of the Gracia Kingdom north of the Gold River. "The Holy Land shall keep everything above the Gold River because that will solve our food security problem. Meanwhile, Riveria can keep the Duchy of Ironstone, the biggest money pit of Gracia Kingdom. You also get to keep the highly acclaimed Yggdrasil School of Magic. As for the Gracia treasures in the giant vaults under Green City, they will be divided in half." The king skeptically looked at Sylvester. "This sounds like a fairy tale, boy. Don't take me for a fool. Since when did the Holy Land become so just and kind?" Sylvester took out a letter this time. This was the letter from the shadow of Masan he obtained from the witch. "Read this, and you will understand. Your Majesty, you likely know that the entire Gracia Kingdom is in turmoil. Its northern region is devastated by the war, and now the south as well, because of a witch. This letter answers who was behind it all. King Reveria read it carefully. Even though his eyesight had weakened, he read it by keeping the letter close to his face. Thud. As expected, King Reveria's arms fell on the table and he cursed loudly. God, those Western fuckers. Masan was behind all of this. Has the shadow of Masan involved himself? Then, Reveria must be, if not already, is being eaten by this cancer. Sylvester nodded and put the letter back in his pocket. Indeed, it's not just Gracia and Reveria. I'm sure his eye is on the whole of Eastern Saul. Masan King likely wishes to become the supreme overlord of the whole continent. King Reveria seemed truly distraught by the news. After all, the Masan Empire was as threatening as the Holy Land. In fact, he feared Masan more as the Holy Land would never attack directly, while Masan could. Why did he talk about you in the letter? That shadow of Masan, the king asked interestedly. Good, the shroud of doubt is disappearing and more hope is appearing. Finally, he's starting to believe in me. Sylvester replied confidently. I met the man in Jardel County while he was disguised as the Prima. I was easily able to solve the mystery and unwind the conspiracy there. Shadow of Masan had spent years working on that plan, and I spoiled it in a month. He now sees me as a competitor of sorts, I believe. Good, he's feeling admiration now. The king's eyes softened, nearly turning watery as he started at Sylvester with a conflicted gaze. The emotions were as clear as day, anger, sadness, admiration, and hope combined. It was a strange mix but fit well with the king. Then finally, King Reveria asked Sylvester a question he always wanted to. Young man, please tell me truthfully. I ask you as a father, not king. What happened to my son? Did you kill him? Chapter 265. Web of Lies II. Sylvester didn't react. His breath stayed calm. Not even his pupil reacted. He had prepared himself for this question long before he even embarked on this journey. He quickly answered the man. I didn't touch a hair on him, Your Majesty. In fact, we were friends. Yes, we had a rough start, but I slowly realized he was just another boy, shouldering the great burden of getting stronger and inheriting your throne. I saw myself in him, as too many people expect a great many things from me as well, Your Majesty. He manipulated the old man's soft spot by drawing parallels between himself and Rommel. Sylvester's eyes turned slightly watery, and his lips twitched as if he was in the grief of losing a friend. That day, something must have happened. I had met him once before the graduation oath-taking ceremony, but I only learned about his disappearance when the ceremony began, and his name was called. I searched for him all over the school but found him nowhere. I lost two great friends in a single month, sadly, Rommel and Marcus. I'm sorry for using your name, Marcus. I hope your soul rests in peace. The king's stern expressions turned softer almost instantly as he heard Sylvester's last words in a wobbly voice. Out of shared emotions, he raised his hand and patted Sylvester's shoulder. Son, does that mean? Sylvester nodded firmly and wiped his eyes. I feel the same, Your Majesty. Rommel must be out there, alive. Someone can't just die and not be found in a guarded place like the School of Dawn. Perhaps the Masan Empire took him, as he was to be a strong heir to Reveria, a kingdom stronger than even Gracia. The Holy Land has no reason to weaken its own backyard when Bisteria sits beyond the sea. Only Masan could wish for Reveria's demise. In fact, I tried to find him over the past months while doing my work. Sadly, I'm far too poor and low-ranked to do anything major, but still, I did find something when I was up in the north in Jardel County. There, I found this ring being sold in a jewelry shop. Sylvester put forward a ring with a giant blue diamond on it. It was beautiful and recognizable since the engravings were too detailed for it to be a random creation. The king leapt to hold it in his hand. In fact, a few silent tears slid down the man's wrinkly cheek. "Ah, Rommel, my dear son, where did the shop owner find this?" Sylvester's shoulder fell. "On the desert road leading to Sandwall County to the Masan Empire, hence my doubts." The king's eyes shined instantly. He wiped away his tears and put the ring down. "He's alive. Rommel had the talent to be a grand wizard. Masan wouldn't be foolish enough to kill such a talent. They must be trying to brainwash him, son. Can you find him if I give you all the resources and tools of my kingdom?" "I shall take it anyway." Sylvester rubbed his chin as if in deep thought. "We will first need to learn if Rommel is there. I'm sure I can bribe a few traders and hire clergymen to get me the information. People respect me in the Holy Land after all. And since the season of Solis has started, many pilgrims will be moving around. So this is the best time to find Rommel, infiltrate Masan and bring him back. But I'm weak, your majesty." "Nonsense," King Reveria boomed. "If the shadow of Masan sees you as a challenger, you're not weak. I shall send all 4 of my grand wizards with you. That should do it." Sylvester agreed wholeheartedly and patted the king's shoulder. "For Rommel, I will absolutely do it, your majesty." The king saw Sylvester as the light at the end of an endless tunnel. The only hope, the only possibility or reason. So he latched onto it like a bee on a flower. While Sylvester saw in the king a foolish old man, unable to let go, making him perfect to be manipulated. "Good, he's completely brainwashed now. It's time to proceed." Sylvester finally moved and took out a bottle from his bag. It was a simple crystal-clear bottle with dusky white liquid in it. He then poured 4 glasses for each of them. "Your Majesty, this is the non-alcoholic beverage made by the 5th Guardian with his own hands. He gifted it to me once, and this has always brought me luck. Because of this, I defeated a soul-eater demon and could stand against a Gracia Grand Wizard. What we have planned, the expansion and bringing my good friend back from those barbarians, let's start it all with this drink of good luck. Also, your Majesty, forgive me for my words at the start. I didn't mean to disrespect you. It's just, I see Lady Aurora as my sister and dislike hearing anything about my mother. I'm just a man who gets deeply attached to those I choose to make friends and family." He carefully phrased himself to include the word friends. He wanted the king to wholeheartedly believe that he was friends with Rommel. Although he had already smelled the emotions, he still didn't want to take any chances. The king smiled warmly. "That's fine, young man. If anything, I'd have seen you as a lesser man if you had not fought back. No real man would hear his mother being disrespected. Now pour me a glass. Let's see what 5th Guardian that old man made." The king gestured, and immediately the Grand Wizard Atlas came with Aurora. Sylvester knew the Grand Wizard was watching him the whole time, so he stayed careful. "All right, pick your glasses and let's toast to good luck." "I'll take this one." Grand Wizard Atlas suddenly picked up the glass Sylvester poured for the king. "Ah, of course, safety first," Sylvester stated the obvious, instantly turning the situation easy. But before Atlas could pass his glass, Sylvester did so and extended it towards King Reveria. "Here, your Majesty." The old man chuckled. "So young and full of energy. I wish I had that too, and no need to call me your Majesty every second. Just call me Old Derek, as my friends do. Sadly for you, your desperation for Rommel has blinded you, old man. On any other day, you'd have thrown me out already." Sylvester nodded and delayed everything so that the old king would take his good time. Meanwhile, as Sylvester's hand stayed extended with the glass, a certain invisible furry boy carefully slid forward from his shoulder to his palm. In Murad's sharp jaws was held an open vial that he carefully lowered, letting the invisible, formless, odorless content fall into the glass. Next, Murad ran away to the side to use his power. Instead of breathing or tasting his saliva, He let it all go into his extra-dimensional belly so no toxin would touch him mistakenly. He had practiced it hundreds of times with normal water in the past few days. The drink was ready. Sylvester let the king take it and then raised his own glass. Cheers for good luck. Clank. The king was the happiest. He got so many gifts in a single day. Expansion, end of the war, and above all, hope. So he bellowed in his weak voice, for a blessed future. Gulp. Everyone downed it in one go and coughed a little. After all, it was made by Grandpa Monk, and it was one hell of a strong drink. This is good, the king praised, looking at his glass. Sylvester, meanwhile, felt nothing but relaxed in his heart. May the Lord grant you merciful 7 hellish days that are to arrive. Sadly, no matter how much you shall cry, you won't survive. What are you thinking, son? King Reveria asked him, seeing him in a daze. Sylvester's eyes turned hazy again. Rommel, my good friend. Chapter 266, Anger of Commoners. Sylvester drank with the king 2 more glasses of the exclusive drink. By the end, the king got visibly drunk and started to doze off every 10 seconds. It was clear that the meeting had ended. Then, with Grand Wizard Atlas' help, the king stood up. Son, take the letter of armistice from the castle while on the way out, and stop the people from rioting. Tell them, the king has announced a week of celebration in the name of the Lord's Bard. All food and drinks in taverns shall be half the price from evening till midnight for 7 days. Sylvester was shocked that everything had gone so smoothly that now the king had basically announced celebrations for his own upcoming 7 days of slow death without even knowing. It was depressing, but Sylvester accepted. Understood, Your Majesty, he bowed his head. King Reveria started walking away. I should retire to my chambers now. Take care, son. I shall call for you soon with a detailed plan. I will be waiting, Your Majesty. Sylvester didn't act close to the man by taking his name and politely saw as the Grand Wizard took the king away. But still, Sylvester didn't feel as happy for some reason. He didn't like that the man would just die slowly in his sleep. Sylvester hated King Reveria for making his life frustrating for the past few years. The bounty on him made everything messy, as on any given occasion when he was outside the Holy Land, he had to be careful about too many things. Killing him like this feels more like an act of kindness than a punishment, Sylvester thought and sighed. However, no matter what, he had finally removed a thorn. What did you do to make him so kind to you all of a sudden? Lady Aurora asked. And what about that expansion plan? Sylvester didn't elaborate. Let's not talk here. In fact, let's leave this city quickly. Back to the Holy Land. Sylvester denied. No, we shall go further down southwest in Reveria and meet Duke Conrad. No more questions here. Let's move. So Sylvester went to the castle as the king had advised. He was soon guided by the servant at the cast's gates to the administrative wing of the king's office. Yes, the king had a whole wing dedicated to his administrative work. Sylvester noticed multiple doors on the sides of the corridor, each marked with different departments and the name of the person occupying it. He saw the head of agriculture, head of fisheries, head of industries, master of commerce, and whatnot. Good Lord, now it makes sense why Reveria is so rich and has a big industrial output. Unlike the other kings and their offices, the work here is well distributed and structured. If this were a normal king, all the heads of these departments would sit beside the king in the same meeting room or the throne room and discuss things there. Sylvester was in awe. He wondered if King Reveria was behind this system, and if the man was, then he had to agree that the king was good at something finally. Soon, Sylvester received the letter announcing the armistice with all the proper stamps. It was written by the king's prima, and it turned out to be none other than the Grand Wizard Atlas. How much does the king trust his Grand Wizards to give them such a major position? Does he not fear they'd remove him and become the king instead? Sylvester wondered. but he didn't voice himself. "Thank you, Lord Prima." He bowed, took the letter, and left without much fanfare. They made their way out of the castle and proceeded towards the boundary wall. The loud explosions were still resounding in the city, and the crowd's shouts had only increased. It was clear that even if the sun was setting, the people had no wish to back down. "Whoa, Golden Man!" Just as Sylvester was moving beyond a small garden near the castle, he heard a squeaky voice of a child. Interested, he looked and found a black-haired, chubby-faced, dark-skinned boy. The boy also had eyes similar to the king, so it was clear who it was. So cute. Aurora wanted to go to the child and pull his cheeks. No, but Sylvester dragged her by the arm. "It's better if you don't get attached to any of King's young children, Aurora. Don't forget, a raging storm can easily destroy little saplings." Lady Aurora sighed, glanced at the kid once last time in pity, and followed Sylvester. They didn't stop any more and arrived at the gates. "Lord Bard, please." The commander of the royal guards came running to them. "Tell them to back off. Look what they have done." Interested, Sylvester followed and climbed the stairs of the walls to stand at the top to look. Unfortunately, the gates had been shut closed long ago as the crowd had become too restless. "Look what they did to the walls." Sylvester glanced carefully. The giant crowd had reached the castle walls, but instead of trying to climb, they took turns using charcoal to write something on the wall, covering all of it with words. Sylvester could hardly contain his laughter. Lady Aurora, however, was in a position where she didn't need to hold back, so she burst into laughter. "Ahaha, who gave them this idea? This is genius." Sylvester noticed the annoyed royal guard, but the man could do nothing to Lady Aurora and only watched as the people wrote more. "Useless cunt lover. Weakest cock of Riveria. Cockless king lives here. Harem king with a weak thing. Just die. Warmonger. Leave some for us. Just stop. Does it even stand?" Sylvester shook his head and stopped reading them, but he did wonder why most of the curses were about the king's thing. He didn't know the people held such resentment against the king for having a vast harem. Perhaps the city's men are jealous of their king. He eventually got closer to the edge and raised his hand, shrouded in light. It took a few minutes for everyone to notice, but they ultimately stopped shouting and drawing different words or shapes on the walls. Whoosh! Sylvester showed a parchment in his hand. "It has been signed. There shall be no more war, only peace. So no more violence, my brothers and sisters. The king has announced a whole week of celebration in my name. All drinks and food in the city taverns shall be half the price for 7 days from evening to midnight." "Yeah. Bard. Bard." The people started to chant for him, all faces full of smiles and excitement. In Sylvester's eyes, they were the biggest fools because they not only damaged their own city, but also worked as his pawns for free. And after this celebration, his name was going to be immortalized in the city. Sylvester turned around and walked downstairs to the gates to leave the city. Lady Aurora stood before him as the people would pounce at him at any moment. The crowd had only increased over time, and it seemed like the entire city had come. Sylvester kept chanting a hymn under his breath and created a halo. He then raised his right palm and shined some light on the people, making them feel the warmth. He didn't sing this time, as that would be overdoing it. So instead, he just kept walking, and the people kept moving apart, making way for him and Lady Aurora. Many even went down to their knees and prayed. Sylvester was the miracle the city needed to rekindle its belief in the faith. With his light, thousands of hearts had once again accepted the light of Solis wholeheartedly. I need to add this to my mission report and list of achievements. It took Sylvester and Lady Aurora an hour to get out of the enormous crowd. Often, some people would stop him and cry out about their problems. from things related to their failed romantic endeavors to their sick parents or children. Sylvester could only shine his light upon them and say a few good words. However, he did advise many of them to go on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. That would not only generate more revenue for the church, but also spread his name far and wide, as the city's people would meet the other pilgrims from around the world. Eventually, Sylvester arrived at the monastery, and they got on Aurora's carriage quickly. They didn't know how the people would react when the king would fall sick suddenly, and they didn't want to take any risks. They just informed the bishop of the monastery and left the city in the darkness of the night, when the people had moved to various taverns and eateries to have fun. Let's find a small town on the way and rest there. We should keep ourselves well prepared for any attacks from any direction, Sylvester advised, and made the horses go faster. Lady Aurora agreed and gave a few words of warning. You're right. When I spoke with that grand wizard Atlas, the king's prima, I couldn't understand his motives. He seemed uninterested, yet he was so caring for the king. Not to mention, he's the king's grandfather from his mother's side, so he's likely to suspect us. Sylvester then had the realization. So that's why the king was confident enough to make him prima. But sadly, just having blood ties in this day and age is not enough. What's about to come for the Riveria family as a whole is going to be nothing short of a fiery storm. Is it related to the Duke? She inquired. Sylvester neither nodded nor shook his head. The Duke, well, he's going to be the king soon. But ever wondered what will happen to his over 100 half-mothers and nearly 400 half-siblings once he takes the throne? Lady Aurora took a calming breath and stared at the road ahead. As you said, those mothers harmed and tried to kill the Duke and his younger brother from an early age, so I'm afraid it will be nothing less than a bloody carnage. Indeed, my sister. But again, bloodshed in a war of ascension is as common as celerium in the air. If there were no bloodshed, then that would have been suspicious. She agreed, but didn't like the fact that even the kids won't be spared. At least we should take the little ones as orphans into the church. Sylvester immediately warned her. Don't even think about it. Those kids are not just children. They are sleeping bombs for the Duke, who may someday come to claim his throne. No, we can't have the Duke hate the church. Let him do whatever he wants. They silently accepted what was to come and drove on the plain, straight road in the middle of the night. But of course, Sylvester's mind never rested, for the nights were his greatest enemies, as there lurked a shadow, ready to ensure he never saw the light of tomorrow. Chapter 267. A Shocking Question. Sylvester didn't hurry too much, as it would take a lot of time for the king to get sick. Not to mention, the poison that he had fed to the latter was untraceable, and there was no cure known to anyone other than 5 people that worked for the church. Sylvester rested in the cabin behind while Lady Aurora drove the carriage. They took turns to rest every now and then, but didn't stop the whole way after sleeping once at night in a town. However, Sylvester was more worried about his little furry friend. Chonky, are you all right? Do you feel anything? He was worried because the poison was very dangerous, and he didn't know if Chonky could ensure that no single drop of it went into his system. So, he held Muraj on his lap on his back as he rubbed his belly. I feel something makesy, Muraj replied with a scared impression. What? Sylvester was alarmed. Grrrr. Muraj's tummy growled. With that, a big toothy grin appeared on the cat's face. Hee, I feel hungry. Sylvester breathed a sigh of relief and tickled Muraj's belly crazily. You bad boy, making me worry for no reason. But again, you have helped me so much these past few months, and without you, I might have even died a few times by now. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you, Chonky. Sylvester hugged the cat on his shoulder and patted his back. Muraj in return patted his paws on Sylvester's head. There, you are my little makesy. After all, I adopted you, so it's my duty to protect you forever. Sylvester didn't retort. Whatever made Muraj happy, he was happy to go along with it. But he had a surprise for the excellent Kitty as he had gone secret shopping at night when Muraj was sleeping. As promised, you get to eat 3 bananas today, no need to be quick either. Take your time and savor the taste. I shall take a little nap in the meantime. He handed 3 ripe, spotless bananas. Myra's eyes had stars in them as he nodded profusely. Yes, yes, you sleep. I will keep a very good watch. Jump. Muraj didn't wait a moment and pounced on the 3 bananas. Where did his love for bananas come from? It was a mystery that Sylvester didn't even dare think about. He was worried about his next move, as he had not yet finished moving his pieces. While Sylvester journeyed to Fort Sunflower, a crisis is about to erupt inside the river castle. The wooden bed in the royal chambers of King Reveria made squeaky noises, and the king's frail, old and ugly body pressed onto a young beauty that most men could only dream of ever touching. While the king grunted with his full might, the woman looked calm and not receptive to the moving body above her, as if she didn't even feel anything. Certainly, the key was there, but the lock was too deep and tight to react to any movements. Buffy. Arg. Thud. Merely 15 seconds later, the king did his deed, and his body fell limp. But instead of rolling over to the side, he fell on the woman's body, letting his head fall between the hills. Your Majesty, please move. I must go and clean, she requested softly while caressing the old man's hair. Your Majesty. But even after a dozen calls, the man didn't react at all. Finally, she panicked, pushed him to the side and stood up. Being a noblewoman, she knew a little bit about healing and caring for one, so she checked the king's heartbeat and pulse. Oh no! Scared, she jumped to her feet, quickly covered herself with the gown and ran outside into the corridor, screaming, "Guards, call the healer, quick! His Majesty needs help." Her beautiful face had already turned into an ugly mess, as her mascara made her eyes look black, and her lipstick was smudged over her mouth. She was afraid of being blamed if something happened to the king. Not to mention, since she had not given birth to any of the king's children yet, she wouldn't enjoy any immunity or privilege if the king died now. She could only hope that tonight when the king finished, it would make life grow in her belly. Immediately, the royal healers with the whole team arrived and checked the king. His blood, his body, the room's air, and everything else. The food and wine the man had drunk previously were tested, as well as the utensils. This is not good. His vitality is fatting. The amount of celerium in his body is diminishing, as if his body is rejecting it. Quick, bring me the most potent celerium crystals in the healer's treasury, the chief healer ordered. The entire castle went into a frenzy as the news spread like wildfire. The harem wing erupted into loud shouts and curses as many women fought each other, declaring themselves the most beloved of the king and their children the true heir. The court of the king immediately started talking about the second in line. Only the king was against deciding who shall sit on the throne after him, as the man was not satisfied by any of his sons. No one expected the old man to survive this, as he was already too old, and everyone knowledgeable knew that this day had been on the horizon for months now. As for the king, his body kept getting weaker and signs of his life worsened. However, no poison was found in the blood or food. No ailment was detected outside or inside the body. The situation appeared to be normal, and there was nothing the healers could do. I vote for Prince Lagarth. Unofficial voting was cast among the members of the king's court just to see who they favored the most. If there were a majority, then they'd go with that. I vote for Prince Conrad. Prince Lagarth from me. He may only be 10 years old, but he's a sharp fellow with a talent to become an arch-wizard. Therefore, we can let him take the throne and at the same time advise him on the matters. The meaning of the words was clear. They wanted to place a puppet king so they could influence various decision-making. Prince Conrad is old and has stayed too far away from the capital. He may be a great administrator, but we can't trust him. So my vote goes to Prince Lagarth as well. One after another, the whole court of 10 voted, and except for one, all voted in favor of Prince Lagarth, the son of King Adie's concubine. It's decided then. We shall put Prince Lagarth on the throne if the king passes away. Sylvester, away from all the scheming and chaos of the River Castle, had just arrived at Fort Sunflower, the seat of Crown Prince Conrad Fitz-Riveria. But initially, Sylvester was not allowed to enter the castle city, as the guards had stopped all incoming traffic into the city for some reason. But still, Sylvester revealed who he was and who Lady Aurora was, and they were soon given express entry into the city with 10 mounted guards escorting them. However, when Sylvester drove the carriage inside, he smelled anger in the air and was left speechless at the condition. People were on the streets shouting and breaking things, trying to burn things. Many guards were also trying to stop the people and even beating them. "Riots, what's going on here?" he questioned the closest mounted escort. The man grimly replied, "They are angry, Lord Bard. Today, the 5-year champion of the fighting arena finally lost a battle, resetting his famous 10-year deal for freedom. His defeat angered the people as he is a favorite among all." Caecilius lost. Sylvester was shocked. Such a piece of sad news. He had somehow spent 5 years winning and lost halfway. But we live in a cruel world, and there was bound to be someone too strong for him entering the arena. So what do the people want? They want the fight to be considered invalid and that he be given another chance. The soldier answered. Sylvester just sighed and relaxed back. That's asking for the impossible. A deal is a deal. Neither the Duke nor Caecilius would agree. This is sad, but this is reality. He silently watched the people riot and drove towards the main castle. The people, thankfully, were not dumb enough to stop a carriage with the church's flag. Instead, they gave way and allowed them to move smoothly. By the end, Sylvester entered the castle and was soon guided to the Duke's office on the top floor. It looked as extravagant as ever, but Sylvester didn't eye that wealth anymore as he already had the treasures of one Duke. The ashen blonde-haired, tall man came and hugged Sylvester without any reservations. "Lord Bard, welcome back to Fort Sunflower. Forgive me for what you saw outside. People are too emotional these days. Come, have a seat." "And what happened? You have so many bruises on your face." Sylvester chuckled and replied, "Your father gave me quite a welcome in the Green City." Duke Conrad rubbed his face frustratingly. "I apologize on behalf of Riveria. He's a senile fool who knows nothing but to sleep with a new woman every moon." Sylvester shrugged and sat down with Aurora beside him, and Prima didn't sit at all, only standing behind the Duke's chair. "Whatever he may be, it won't be for too long. I have good news for you today." The Duke's face lit up and he looked at Sylvester with hope. "Is it happening?" Sylvester shared the letter of the armistice signed by King Riveria. "I suggest you start marching to the capital soon. You have 7 days at best. By the end of the week they might plan a puppet king if you don't take the capital. Then you may have to face some pushback." Duke Conrad appeared confident, however. "Don't worry about that, Lord Bard. My younger brother and I will march at the same time. There are only 2 giant duchies in Riveria, one under me and the second under my brother. So we can easily surround the central royal region and force anyone to submit. Not to mention, I have already garnered the support of all the grand wizards who serve the family." That amused Sylvester. "Since when?" "Since last month. After Father declared war on Gracia, everyone knew it was a stupid move that would anger the Holy Land. Not to mention, the Father's past actions have already angered the faith. So, everyone wants to relax and wish for a king to heal the relations." "And what about your extended family? You have too many step-siblings and stepmothers." Sylvester questioned further. Duke Conrad coldly replied without wasting a moment, releasing the scent of rage and hatred clearly. Death, a quick death to all of them shall be my mercy. I am fond of some of them, but all must die for a lasting peace, except my blood brother. Is that so? Sylvester eyed him strangely and finally asked shocking questions. It wasn't Duke Demon's wife who killed your stepsister. It was you, wasn't it? You wanted your father to declare war, am I right, Duke Conrad? Chapter 268, Real Men's Taste. Heads turned and tensions flared up in the room. Lady Aurora looked at Sylvester, her eyes asking 1,000 questions. But Sylvester was only looking at the Duke with a smiling face. Is that a problem? Duke Conrad asked. Sylvester shrugged and folded back the letter from the king. I don't really care what you did because, in the end, we both benefited from what transpired. You get to become the king, and the Holy Land gets to have some peace in its backyard. No more wars between Gracia and Riveria for as long as you shall live. You may even proceed to establish better, stronger economic ties with Gracia. I heard they need some help up in north after the wave of destruction Masan's plot left. Duke Conrad smiled and nodded firmly. The scent of anxiety and fear he was oozing not long ago went away. After all, he had played a considerable gamble by trying to mess with the church and use them as pawns. But now he realized that he never played the church. Instead, the church was only feigning ignorance as it suited them. Indeed, Lord Bard, I wish for no useless conflict. On the contrary, I am in favor of common prosperity, and I'm sure the Holy Land wants us to start preparing for the war with Bisteria whenever it may come. Sylvester eyed him for a few seconds. He smelled various scents that made him alert, one of them being related to lust but not of the body. It's clear that I can't trust him. He's too smart and tried to manipulate the church as much as I manipulated him. There is no guarantee that he won't betray me when the time comes. But you have something worse to deal with first. Masan has likely planned something for Riviera as well. The man leading Masan's spies and schemes is none other than Shadow of Masan, so be careful, lest you might find a sudden uprising in a certain part of the kingdom. In fact, make sure you have absolutely clear and sound communication with your brother. You don't want another situation like King Harold and Duke Demon now, do you? Sylvester reminded him. He didn't have any threats in his voice, but it was clear that Duke Conrad got the message. The Duke shifted in his seat and agreed with the view. You're right, Lord Bard. In fact, I shall allow funding to repair all the monasteries across the kingdom. I know my father held some unpleasant ideas about the faith, but that was only him. So I hope the Holy Land shall also help and keep me informed in case any suspicious activity happens. Sylvester knew what the Duke was doing. It was the textbook sycophancy, licking the feet of someone more powerful in order to gain support and benefits. Duke Conrad would need a lot of support as he'd be taking the throne by force instead of natural ascension, as the king never declared him the official heir. He was just naturally accepted as the crown prince since he was the eldest of the children. Of course, Your Majesty. Sylvester bowed his head and called him by the title he'd soon inherit. Good, excitement and happiness rose in his heart. He truly wants the seat of the king. But Sylvester had some personal matters as well. Now, I want you to help me remove the bounty that King Riveria has placed over my head. It's utterly frustrating and hinders my work for the betterment of society. I'd rather fight demons than assassins. The Duke looked at his prima, the brown-skinned, stoic, old and tall man. Lord Jeremiah, what's the status? I asked you to look into it. Jeremiah Freeman stood up and presented a parchment. Your Highness, I asked around in the various assassin guilds in our lands. They revealed that the king had already sent them words to remove the bounty. But the bounty has remained as someone has outbid it and made it 500,000 gold graces instead of the previous 300,000. Sylvester blew out air in frustration and rubbed his face. Let me guess, Masan. Prima Jeremiah nodded his head. The guilds don't reveal information about their clients, but they hinted to me that it came straight from the royal palace of the Masan Emperor. This is bad. I don't want the attention of all these old monsters out there. I have my hands full on this side of the world already. Sylvester rubbed his chin and asked, "Then, what if someone was to outbid the bounty again and then take it back? Would that remove the previous bounty?" "I'm sorry, but unless all parties take their requests back, there is no way to remove it," Prima answered, much to Sylvester's disappointment. Silence took over the room as no one knew how to help Sylvester. The Duke could not really stop the guilds even if they resided in his lands, while Lady Aurora could only stay beside Sylvester and be his shield. After all, he was her little brother. For Sylvester, the headache was different. How am I to travel around and study better things if every time someone will be looking to kill me? "Your Majesty, can you tell me the cost of hearing the highest-ranked assassins?" he inquired. The Duke glanced at his Prima to start speaking, and the man did. "Lord Bard, the assassin guilds are divided into various classes: C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. You need not worry about any of those below S, as you've already destroyed an A-ranked team once. But the S-ranked are dangerous, and they are likely to go after you as you meet their desired threshold. Among the assassins, there is an unsaid rule that as long as a bounty is less than 500,000, anyone below S rank can take it. If it's between 500,000 to a million, then S rank take it. Between 1 million and 10 million, there are SS ranked, and if it's above 10 million, then SSS rank take it. There also exists a legendary class, but they are as rare as dragons in Saul, and they rarely act, for they are usually employed by various kings and nobles for personal security. So I have to be mindful about S-ranked assassins. How many of them exist in East Saul? Sylvester inquired. 3 groups, Duke Conrad spoke. All of them operate from my duchy. The strongest are the Red Knights, and they are likely to come after you. They specialize in knightly magic, strategies, and militaristic operations. They have a strict rule of only keeping 100 members, but rest assured, I will warn them never to attack you inside Riveria. That's not very helpful, buddy. But he felt interested in other ranks as well. Do we have any higher-ranked guilds on this side of the continent too? Of course, the Duke started. We have one SS-ranked guild called Warlocks. It also operates from Riveria. It's full of wizards who did sick experiments on themselves. All of them are ugly, mentally ill bastards with the strangest abilities you can imagine. Then there is also one SSS-ranked guild called Weeping Ghosts. Nothing is known about them other than that they operate from Highland Kingdom's easternmost part, from the Isle of Nun, situated in the middle of the giant Weeping Lake. Sylvester grunted, already seeing his bounty going higher with time unless he did something about it, and eventually he will have to fight these guilds as they'd come after him. Why can't they just be good mercenary guilds? What about legendary? This time Lady Aurora asked interestedly. At that the Duke seemed unsure. As Jeremiah said, they are as rare as dragons in Saul. Legendary-ranked guilds don't exist. Only teams or individuals do. They travel the world and make money without making much sound. I only know about one legendary assassin called Mistwalker. Nobody has ever seen him, however. But you need not worry, Lord Bard. All these assassins will think a million times before going after you. After all, you're not a simple man. The Church will protect you. Protect me? They're the ones who put the Shadow Knight on my back. Sylvester thought and decided not to overthink it. It was too much information for him and was honestly frightening to some degree. He got up. Your Majesty, I won't disturb you more. Please start preparing to march to the capital. I shall accompany you. Duke Conrad beamed with a smile. Thank you, Lord Bard. You being there will be a morale booster for the soldiers. You may look around the city, while I call my commanders and send words to my brother. May the holy light enlighten us." Sylvester bid his farewell and walked out, his face appearing as plain as a log. Lady Aurora followed behind him and felt heartbroken. Sylvester's shoulders appeared weighed down by more problems than before, and she knew he had already been through enough. After all, every man has a limit before he breaks, and she hoped Sylvester wouldn't hit that limit. So she hastened her steps and got beside him. "Sylvester, stop for a second." He did so and looked behind. "What is it?" With a serious and worried face, Lady Aurora came close to him and put her hands on his shoulder. "My brother, I don't call you that as just a cosmetic word. I mean it. So you can rest easy. I shall help you fend off these assassins always." Sylvester took her hands in his and held them tight. A smile grew on his face as he felt appreciative of her gesture. He could smell that she genuinely meant what she said. He never expected to forge such a relationship with her when he first met her, but now he was glad he did. "Thank you, Aurora. That means a lot to me, but you need not worry about my mental well-being that much. In fact, right now, I was thinking about how we're going to find an open eatery as a riot is going on." Her face fell and she glared into his eyes, trying to sense any lies. "But I thought you'd be worried." Sylvester chuckled and started walking again while keeping one arm over her shoulder as if she was the little sister. Height did give him an advantage. "I am worried, but not that much. Aurora, remember my past. At the age of 30 days, my village chief tried to throw me into a fire and kill me. At age 9, I fought a bloodling, and my runes teacher tried to kill me. All my life, a threat to my existence has been as abundant as celerium in the air. I know danger always lingers around me trying to pounce on me, but if I let that scare me, I'm afraid I'll go mad. Still, your words calm my mind and reassure me that I'm not alone. Thank you for that." Sylvester sensed as his grateful words flared up emotions of sadness, happiness, and love in her. Perhaps she's the only normal guardian among them all. I should cherish this friendship for my own good. He released her and walked normally. "I have someone important to meet now, but first, what do you want to eat?" "Meow." Lady Aurora looked left and right. What? Why did you meow like a cat?" Sylvester ignored her. "What meow? I didn't hear anything. Anyway, let's eat some steak and bananas." "Steak and banana? What combination is that?" she asked, weirded out by it. Sylvester kept a plain face. "A real man's combination, that's what it is." Muraj quickly patted Sylvester's head and licked his cheek as he agreed with the statement. Real men and cats do eat bananas. Chapter 269, Man-Eat-Man World. Clank. "You can't win against me, slave. I can't believe you've lasted at the top for 5 years. Pathetic." Boom. "The winner is Sir Malice." Whoosh. Eyes opened abruptly, lost, pained, angered, and reeling with hopelessness. There were not enough words to describe the feelings that Caecilius felt at the moment. It had just been a day since he lost, and now he was digesting another grave news. Hello. Bam! He slammed his fist on the wall. His entire room was full of the aftermath of destruction by now. My son, Remus. Merely a few hours ago, the news of his son's demise had come. His son had fallen from the horseback while training and had broken his neck. He had just returned from finishing the cremation of his body. Only if I was better, if I could have done something. But deep down, he knew there was nothing he could do. He was a slave, and so was his family. In the dimly lit, cold, underground room, he sat on the bed and held his face with his palms, unable to think anything straight. What am I to do now? 5 years have been wasted. Must I spend 10 more to gain our freedom? I can't have Elia and Surus face the same fate as Remus. Knock. They don't have to. All of a sudden, a voice came that Caecilius distinctly recognized. He jumped to his feet, glancing at the door. I heard what happened, my friend. It's a fate I wouldn't wish even upon my worst enemies." Thud! Caecilius fell to his knees and held his hands together, praying to Sylvester. My lord, Bard, please help me." Sylvester stepped closer and smelled the emotions. He felt terrible for him, as fate had utterly broken the man. First, losing his family's freedom and then his son in just a few hours. There was a smell of rage, anger, sadness, fear, anxiety, and perhaps helplessness. But what stood out was his worship and hope towards Sylvester. It was something that Sylvester appreciated. Sylvester helped the tall and strong man up to his feet. "I cannot help free you, sadly, but I can. Perhaps take your remaining family, your son and wife, to the Holy Land. Your wife can work there and your son can study freely and safely." Caecilius bowed his head deeply. "Thank you, Lord Bard. You helped send my children to study before, and now this. I know I can never repay you for your generosity." Sylvester interrupted him, however, but not with words. Instead, with a little hymn that was supposed to get the message across to the poor slave indirectly. "See beyond what appears a front. There is a devil lurking on the hunt. When least expected, he'd hit you blunt. Now in his direction flows the power's current. Your pain is not natural but inflicted. Who did it can be easily predicted. Open your eyes, for it's all scripted. Read through the lines, and it'll be decrypted. Remember, a man is like every changing season. Follow the money, and you'd have the reason." Silence prevailed following his little hymn with no halo behind his head. This time, he was not praising the Lord but showing the path to the truth. His words were indirect, but they were easy enough to understand. Caecilius appeared dangerous and angered at that very instant, and a rageful aura and emotions of anger flared from him. He looked Sylvester in the eye and asked respectfully, "My lord, are you suggesting that my defeat was not natural, and my son, someone killed him?" Sylvester didn't accuse anyone directly. "You think about it, my friend. What generates the most money in Fort Sunflower besides trade? The arena. Who is the most famous man getting the arena filled to the brim daily? You. But why? Why would he go back on his deal?" Caecilius asked. Sylvester revealed further and got direct. "Because the Duke has now become the king of Riveria Kingdom. He won't be living here anymore, and in his absence, he still wishes to keep making money from you. After all, why use you for only 10 years when you can be kept for a lifetime?" Caecilius clenched his fist so tight that veins started popping up, ready to burst. "But why my son?" Sylvester patted the man's shoulder. "That, I don't know. Perhaps it was just an ill-timed accident. But only one man can answer you, and now he's untouchable in the entire kingdom." Caecilius stepped back and sat down on his bed, his head in his hands, as he felt utterly helpless and hopeless. He knew not where to go now or what to even do. So, am I forever stuck here as a slave? Was it all a lie? Sylvester sat beside him and offered a small locket with Church's symbol on it. "I'm afraid, without power, we are useless in doing anything. After all, for a weak man, a dream of justice is as irrelevant as a beggar in the eyes of a noble. The Duke, he's a brutal man who killed his half-sister to scheme against his father, forcing the latter to wage war with Gracia and get the Church involved. He's a man who'd go to any lengths, and I'm sure the remaining 100 or so siblings he has will die soon. Forget it, Caecilius. I can at least help you by bringing your wife and son with me. If not you, then your son may live his life as a free man." Caecilius didn't reply with anything and remained seated in sorrow, broken-hearted for the promise that was not kept. Meanwhile, Sylvester looked around the room. It was all a mess with many holes in the wall that Caecilius punched. He walked to the table and looked at the parchment. It was filled with 3 words repeated all over the page. "Forgive me, Remus. Forgive me, Remus. My lord, I want to kill that son of a whore. Can you allow me to get closer to him?" Sylvester looked back with not much shock. "Don't be naive, Caecilius. First of all, the Duke is now under the protection of the Grand Wizards. Second, even if you somehow succeed in killing him, your wife will be gifted to the soldiers to be violated until she dies, and they will sell your son to some sick slave master who will do to him what you can't even dream in your worst nightmare. You are a nobody and are bound to die as a nobody. Just accept your fate and sit down, like all those slaves out there who keep their heads down and accept everything thrown at them. Hunger, pain, misery, or worse. You are still a more privileged slave as you are well fed, and so is your family. Yes, your son was probably killed, and yes, you were played by the Duke, but still, it's nothing compared to what's out there. Children as young as 6 are thrown into the arms of their abuser. Women with children sell themselves for half a meal, and men die while serving their master. All slaves, worse than you. Caecilius appeared frustrated as he started breathing fast. He scratched his head like a madman, for he could not see any way to earn his vengeance. There has to be something I can do. I became a slave not because of a failed business, but because my business was destroyed. Sylvester again interrupted him. No. Your business failed because you were weak, so weak that someone could step all over you. Caecilius' eyes became red as if his mind would burst at any moment. Then how, Lord Bard? How do I attain power? Please tell me, because I'm out of my wits. You are the famed wise bard, there must be something. Sylvester stared the man in his eyes and walked up to him. Bam! Without warning, he clenched Caecilius' throat with one hand and slammed him onto the wall. Do you have it in you to do what's needed to attain power? I do. Sylvester clenched the neck tighter. It's not my hand that's choking you, Caecilius. It's the chain of laws of this world, laws made by the nobles for the nobles to step over you and those like you. Will you give your blood, sweat, and tears to attain power, to break away from this chain? Caecilius didn't struggle at all, even though his face turned red. I do. Fine, but once you break those chains, what then? Sylvester asked further. This time the scent of rage, hate, worship, and pure determination took the room by storm. Caecilius didn't even blink and stared into Sylvester's eyes to show his pure determination. I shall break more chains, then more chains. I'll break them all until none remains. Sylvester released Caecilius from his hold and let the man breathe. It is easier said than done. If you wish for vengeance to break the chains, then you must first shake the very ground those nobles stand on so proudly. You must raise an army that shall make those tormentors shudder in fear. You must attain the strength that shall dwarf theirs. You must become a commander, a liberator, a believer. Thud! Caecilius took to the knee like a knight and crossed his arms over his chest to salute. I shall stand by what I claim, my lord. I will not quit as long as I breathe. I will never let the flames of anger douse that makes me seethe. Sylvester put one hand on Caecilius' head and raised other palms to shine light over him. And then came a true hymn with a halo. Today you rise by the grace of the Lord. Your name is now written in heaven's records. Be diligent in duty and attain the reward. Achieve vengeance you otherwise can't afford. Fear not for the future, I stand by your side. I'll fight, for in your cause justice resides. Arms or armor, as many as needed, I'll provide. When lost, I shall be your brightest guide. So become the evil's annihilator. Rise, Caecilius, the liberator. Caecilius stood up and looked into Sylvester's eyes with pride developing in his chest. My lord, you oppose slavery. Sylvester nodded. Even the Pope does, but we are powerless as slavery is the nobility's construct. However, to end this evil, an uprising is needed. So I bid farewell for now, but you must start preparing. Wait for my instructions while you forge friendships in secret. Then, when the time comes, you shall receive all the weapons needed. Caecilius bowed his head, oozing the scent of worship. Thank you, my lord. I will do all that's needed to conquer this evil. I shall await your instructions. Sylvester nodded and proceeded out as he wished to give Caecilius some time to digest what had just happened. Using Murad to divert guards, he escaped the underground quarters of fighting slaves undetected and arrived near the castle city's walls. As Lady Aurora was meeting with the Duke to discuss the march, he was free to use the carriage. But as he entered the carriage, someone was waiting for him there. Thud! A tall man in knight's armor saluted. "My lord, I defeated that slave as you asked. Please don't report me to the Inquisitor Commander now." Sylvester closed in. "As an Inquisitor, you committed the gravest sin by violating and murdering that woman's family in Three Fingers villages. For that." Bam! Arg's way. Sylvester held him in his arms as a spear made of solid white light pierced the man's heart. "I chose you exactly for your sins. You were going to die anyway, might as well be useful before it." The Inquisitor Knight's eyes teared up as life seeped out of him. "But why you promise?" Sylvester let him lay on the carriage floor dead. "True, but dead men tell no tales. Chonky eat." Chapter 270. O King of Rivers. Sylvester knew what he did was manipulation at the highest level. And with the death of the one who did the deed for him, the secret would never come out. "Chonky, do you think I'm a bad man?" Sylvester asked his Murad, who had just finished devouring the knight. He never wanted Murad to dislike or see him in a bad light, because Murad mattered the most to him. Murad's help and wholesomeness had kept him sane and active whenever he was in a pickle. "Bad? Why? You're the best, Makesy. You never hurt the good kiddies, fed me, and even helped that man. You take his family with us to protect them, and in return he has to work for you. Isn't that fair already?" Murad countered with an argument. Sylvester took a calming breath. "Thank you, Chonky. I'm doing all this for a dream of a calm future so you, me, and Mum can relax at last. Let's move now. It's better if we remain in the royal palace and keep an eye on the Duke. The man is not as simple as he seems." River City. Days passed, and the condition of the king went from bad to worse. Without salarium entering his body, he started going thinner. Even if fed food, the nutrients were rejected. Confusion and panic were widespread in the castle, especially among the harem and the healers. As for the people, the 7 days of celebrations were still going on, and none even cared about the king. Meanwhile, inside the king's chambers, the old King Riveria remained resting. He remained unconscious most of the time, only waking up for an hour at most. But in that time, he tried to speak all that he wanted. I nominate James for the tea throne." The Grand Wizard Atlas remained beside the king as his shield and was in a pinch. "Your Majesty, that will create a grand civil war. Most are supporting your eldest son, Conrad, and Conrad, with his younger brother, runs the northern and southern duchies. They can keep the kingdom at peace with their impeccable administration experience." Sadly, the king was a man who obsessed over physical strength more than anything else. "No, James is arch-wizard. Conrad is only a master. Make James the king." "But how will I get the 2 dukes to step down and allow their younger brother with no achievements to take the throne? The people won't accept it either," Atlas argued. "Goff." But the king only closed his eyes slowly, not listening and only speaking. "Call T the Bard." With that, the man fell asleep again. A grave duty had fallen over the shoulders of the first Grand Wizard of the kingdom. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, back in the Ironstone Duchy, the church had set up its huge outpost to manage the region at the now-dead Duke Demon's castle and town, and the administration was temporarily handed over to Inquisitor High Lord, as he had spent a significant amount of time there. But there was one person who was the happiest. It was Felix, the newly appointed head overseer whose job was to release prisoner nobles in return for ransom. He was to oversee the money, and living with Sylvester had taught him one thing by now: be greedy and a scum when it comes to money. So, in his well-protected office room in the castle, he called the families of the noble prisoners one by one. Next. Soon, a beautiful middle-aged, red-headed woman entered, shaking her hips as if she was walking to seduce the famed Sword of Soles. But Felix was not interested in older women, so he just asked for the money. "Ah, Lady Damascus, wife of Baron Damascus, since he's a baron, his bounty is set at 20,000 gold graces." Felix put forward an official document. The woman walked closer to Felix's table and tilted down, giving a nice view of her meaty hills. 20,000. Oh, sword of the Lord, that's too much. Perhaps if I help the sword, it can be reduced. Felix scoffed. "I've seen better, my lady. You're not the first one to offer me such favors. But if I take them, then how will I face my seniors in the Holy Land? How will I look my brothers in the eyes? But I can reduce it a little as long as you're willing to donate to the Land Restoration Fund. Pay 13,000, 10,000 as the ransom, and 3,000 as the donation." The woman appeared sad for some reason. "Are you sure you don't want me to sharpen the sword, my lord?" Felix felt confused. Good God, she's hornier than me. What's with all these noble women trying to woo me these days? Did I become extra handsome suddenly? "No, please, tell me if you're willing to pay this ransom, or I'll be forced to send the Baron to the gallows. After all, he chose to side with a heathen in this war," he threatened. I accept, my lord." She snapped her fingers loudly, and immediately two men with a money chest and a big bag. "Here, 10,000 and 3,000 more." Felix quickly stamped the ransom paper and handed it to the Baroness. "Here you go, my lady." She frowned, however. It only says 10,000 on the paper." Felix shrugged. "Of course it does. The rest of the 3,000 will go directly to the pockets of the craftsmen who shall restore the destroyed land. The rest will go directly to the Holy Land." Eventually, the woman accepted what he said and left with the parchment to get her husband freed from the dungeons. Meanwhile, Felix tapped his table loudly and called Gabriel in. 10,000 ransom in one chest and 3,000 donations in that bag. Gabriel grunted and wrote it down on parchment, but he didn't write down the extra donation. "Felix, you're one bad scummy bastard." Felix grinned ear to ear. "What can I say? I learned from the best." Back in Riveria. "Achoo, too many flowers around here." Sylvester sneezed while he kept the reins of the carriage tightly in hand. "What a wonderful carriage, I must say." Duke Conrad praised as he sat beside Sylvester on the Reinsman seat, just to be close to Sylvester. The man was already licking Sylvester's feet, knowing very well that a man like Sylvester was bound for greatness and heights in the Holy Land. "Lady Aurora built it herself, but I have developed a new technology that can make any carriage much more comfortable. However, nobody uses it as it requires some modifications to the current carriage models, metal modification, and that costs money." Sylvester replied, trying to sell his stuff as always. The Duke jumped on the bandwagon. "If I may, please send them to me. I'm sure many makers in the trade corridor of Southern Duchy would like it. After all, our trade corridor attracts the richest and the most powerful buyers from around the world." Sylvester just nodded and changed the topic. "How much control do you have over the king's administration?" "None, for the most part. I don't have any influence in the Council of 10, but since I have the support of all the Grand Wizards, the council members are nothing but little inconveniences. They are likely scheming something right now," Duke Conrad said, having predicted most of the matter. Sylvester sighed and hoped for the best. "May the Lord bless us with the devil's luck." It took 2 days and a night for the long procession of the Duke to arrive at the border of the river city. Since rivers surrounded the city, and only 2 bridges gave access, it was very easy for the Duke to take control. No resistance was noticed from the city's guards, and they just accepted that the Duke had arrived. As it had already been 6 days since Sylvester's last visit, the king had gone so frail that death was imminent. Hence, the city was already prepared for such a case. But while Sylvester, Duke Conrad, and Lady Aurora waited for the other duke to arrive, a messenger came from the royal castle and called Sylvester inside. "The king wishes to see you alone, Lord Bard." Sylvester already expected this much. He must want to tell me his last wish to find Rommel. "Lady Aurora, please come with me. Your Highness, please wait here and don't lay siege. I'm sure we can settle this without any blood if you have the Grand Wizard's support," he advised while preparing to leave. Duke Conrad agreed wholeheartedly. "Rest easy, Lord Bard. I have no wish to rule over a city of ashes. I shall await your reply." Sylvester nodded and eyed Lady Aurora, and soon they moved into the city, then to the castle. Everyone was in a hurry, so the servants rushed Sylvester to the king's chamber inside the beautiful river castle. Sylvester didn't even get the time to appreciate the beauty of the place, but he sure felt disgusted when he noticed dozens of beautiful women, young and middle-aged, standing in the corridor leading to the king's chamber. There were even some with little Bobbies in their arms. I already pity them. Please, don't let him exert himself. He's weak and can't stay up for more than a minute, the head healer warned Sylvester before he entered. Though Sylvester had a different worry, he went close to Lady Aurora and whispered into her ears, "Ensure nobody dares eavesdrop on me." "Understood," she gave a thumbs up. With that, Sylvester entered the vast chambers of the king. It was a giant hall with a double king-size bed in the middle. On its one side remained the king, nearly dead. Sylvester stood beside the man, who appeared more like a skeleton now. "Your Majesty, I'm here." The king's eyes slightly opened, clearly strained. He couldn't even move his body but spoke in weak whispers. "Be Bard R. Rommel find king." Sylvester knelt and brought his face closer to the king's ears. "Rommel, forgive me, your Majesty, but I cannot bring the dead back to life." "Uh-huh." The king's brows shivered weakly as he tried to stare at Sylvester in panic. "You dared attack my mother, stabbed her neck, and now you expect me to help you. Listen to me clearly, Rommel is dead." Sylvester showed his hands. "I crushed his neck with these myself. Please, let me go, please." His last words I remember vividly. What a fool he was, honestly. Why? Sylvester sang a hymn suddenly, creating a warm halo behind his head. That halo created enough heat that the king's body had to spend the last ounce of energy and solarium to keep himself cool, effectively killing him. "The Lord thanks you for the gift. Your kingdom riches, big is the list. It's the price of revenge that you insist. Except for two, all shall cease to exist. O King of Rivers, you are so naive. My intentions, how couldn't you perceive? My words you foolishly believed. So easily fell into the web of lies I weaved. Die now with no tears, you won't be grieved." The king's eyes got closed and his breathing slowed. The man was dying, there was no doubt, but in Sylvester's heart there was nothing but calm throughout. Finally, one enemy was down, albeit many left to go. But for now, how was Xavier? That's all he wanted to know. He wanted to head home, train to grow stronger and maybe take a break to catch a breath. After all, no matter how many schemes he could produce, in front of absolute power, he was always one palm swing away from death. Chapter 271, Two Brothers and Blood. The bells rang all over the city as a menacing announcement of what had transpired inside the walls no commoner could see. They rang 10 times at once. But the streets of River City were full of cheering crowds as they partied, ate, and drank. It was the last day of the celebrations, after all, so everyone was drinking and eating more than usual. Not to mention, nobody gave a damn about King Riveria since the man was too old and rarely showed his face outside. The last time people saw him was 2 years ago, so most people didn't even know if their king was alive. "Move! Get out of the way!" But opposing the cheers, the loud footsteps of a marching army were echoing in the city. Duke Conrad and his brother had arrived and were in the process of taking over the city. They had decided not to leave any chance where the council members could place a puppet king and announce him. However, a bigger drama occurred inside the castle as the Duke made his way towards it. Inside the castle, as Sylvester came out of the room and announced that the king was dead, a frenzy took over. People, instead of rushing into the room to see the dead body, started running away. The women from the harem rushed out while the council members hurried to have a meeting and vote for the next king. The only one left behind was Grand Wizard Atlas, the first Grand Wizard of the kingdom. He went inside the room and checked the king's body. It was so thin that it was hard to even see it as a human. It was just a skeleton with some skin on it. "So, what will you do now, Lord Atlas?" Sylvester asked, as the man had an official rank of a count but without any land. The Grand Wizard fixed his mustache and looked at the king's dead body. "He wanted me to make Prince James the king because he has the talent of Arch-Wizard, while the Council of 10 wants to make Prince Lagarth the king, as he also has the talent of Arch-Wizard, but he's barely 10 and ripe for manipulation." Sylvester could smell the confusion and disgust from the man. The Grand Wizard was disgusted at his king's choice, it appeared, but if it were him, he'd feel the same. The king was a blind fool who gave more importance to magical rank than actual talent in running a kingdom. Sylvester didn't say anything directly, however, though he knew from Duke Conrad's mouth that he had the support of all the Grand Wizards. That meant Atlas too. "All I will say is that your duty lies with the kingdom and its people, not to the king, not to the council, the people, the faith, and their prosperity. But in the end, it's for you to decide. But I hope my words brought you some clarity." Lord Atlas glanced at Sylvester, clearly reading the meaning underneath his words. It was a warning that the wrong choice could enrage the Holy Land, as King Riviera had already angered them enough. Conrad was openly pro-church and also experienced enough to run the kingdom. Therefore, the man was the best choice for the king among all. But the council was also influential, as it belonged to well-established affluent families. Sylvester walked away while singing a little hymn. The battle between logic and duty is tough. But as long as the mind can call the bluff, one can overcome situations, no matter how rough. May the holy light prevail and warm this land enough. Sylvester left the room and headed to the castle's throne room, as Duke Conrad was to arrive there with his younger brother. There, the Duke was to take the throne and the crown while also addressing any opposition in a very civil manner. "Lady Aurora, did you receive any words from the Holy Land?" Sylvester asked as he walked with the woman. "I did just an hour ago. They gave us the go." She handed him a folded parchment with a wax seal from the Pope's office. Sylvester took a sigh of relief and put it in his pocket. "Good, let's end this and return. For the first time, I've started to feel homesick." "Me too," she reciprocated the feelings. "So much has occurred to us in the past few months that it's hard to digest. I'm seriously going to need a small holiday and ease up. And get your promotion as well. I should already congratulate you, Ninth Guardian of Light," Sylvester teasingly said, as it always excited Aurora. "Oh, I should also congratulate you. With this achievement in your bag, you should be made a cardinal already. Bringing peace to Gracia and Riveria. Ah, I never thought I'd see the day arrive," she mumbled. Sylvester didn't say anything about that, though. He knew that his tongue was poisonous. Every time he hoped for something, it got jinxed and created more trouble. "Sylvester, teach me to play that violin of yours later. Music has always fascinated me, but sadly, I never got much time to try it. I may be a broken flute when it comes to singing, but I should be able to play it," she requested. "Of course. I can already imagine Inquisitor High Lord not allowing you, Sylvester thought. He agreed instantly, sure. Amidst their talking, they arrived at the throne room. It was truly massive, with blue silk curtains hanging everywhere, golden carvings and engravings on the many blue pillars of the hall. The throne was set at the middle front end of the hall, 7 steps above on a platform. It was made of gold and iron, with many blue diamonds and other expensive items. Behind the throne was a huge flag of the Riveria Kingdom. At that moment, 4 men stood on the platform, 2 on each side of the throne. Be prepared. There are too many guards near the entrance and exits of the hall. Sylvester warned Lady Aurora as he walked in and made his way through the crowd. The throne remained empty, as Duke Conrad had only arrived just now with his vast army that had surrounded the entire castle and many key locations. "It's good to be back home," Duke Conrad proclaimed in front of the large audience in the hall. Along with the Council of 10, who each had their seats perpendicular to the throne, in 2 rows, facing each other, there were also many more influential men of the realm who had come to see the king for the last time. There were also a few senior harem members of the king, standing with their sons proudly, waiting for the proclamation that their son would be the new king. Behind Duke Conrad was another man with nearly identical features, but a few inches shorter and slimmer. He also commented, "The hall looks as magnificent as always. So go ahead, big brother, take the throne." "I should." Duke Conrad, with a big smile, walked towards the stairs leading to the throne. "Stop!" Suddenly, one of the council members nearest to Conrad stood up. "The council has decided the king already, and it shall be Prince Lagarth." "My son!" a woman exclaimed from the crowds and came running forwards in a hurry while holding her 10-year-old son in her arms. Her eyes seemed full of excitement and happiness. After all, she was going to be called Queen Mother now. "Halt!" Grand Wizard Atlas' voice roared from beside the throne. "The council has no say in who becomes the king. Our beloved King Derek Riveria has already shared who he wished to see on the throne with us 4. "True. Lie. He did." The other 3 Grand Wizards nodded with Atlas, but remained mostly silent as it wasn't their place to speak. So Atlas continued, "By the old king's command, the new king shall be Duke Conrad. This is heresy towards the ethos of this kingdom. You have no proof of what King Derek wanted." A council member roared, trying to defend their rights and place a puppet king. Boom! Boom! Just then, Sylvester walked forward with Lady Aurora beside him. He slammed the butt of his spear on the ground hard enough to make it sound loud. "The Holy Land gives its blessing to the new king, Conrad Fitz Riveria. May he bring about a century of common prosperity and warmth of souls to the people." Lady Aurora then showed the letter from the Holy Land. "By the grace of the Holy Father, His Eminence, Pope Axel Tar Creed, the Wise, Conrad Fitz Riveria is accepted as the official king of Riveria in the Holy Records. May the Holy Light enlighten us all." "Haha, see that? Not only my father but the Holy Land also approves." Duke Conrad laughed and continued to climb the stairs, but at the same time, for some strange reason, he was taking off his armor and then the silk tunic. By the time he reached the throne, he had thrown away his upper clothes, and his back was in open view. It was riddled with old scars that had filled over time. "We do not accept this. We shall write letters to the lords of Riveria and have you denounced," the councilmen threatened. But Conrad didn't reply and simply took the crown from Lord Atlas and placed it over his head. But even now, he didn't face the people and kept showing his back. "Silence!" Conrad roared. "You will denounce me, like you did my mother, while she killed herself right on these stairs. Where were you when my father dared marry another woman? Where were your laws when he brought all these whores into this castle? Where were you? Look at all these scars on my back. 532. There are many more over other places, all inflicted by you council members and those whores, assassins, abuse, and neglect. We were royal princes, and you treated us worse than orphans." Conrad finally took his seat and sat proudly on the throne, but his face appeared cold and rageful as he looked at those in the hall. His bare chest appeared wide, and his body was built like a warrior, but even the front of him was covered in scars. "My brother and I suffered long enough at your hands. Riveria has suffered enough from scheming plans. No more, because today, for each scar, a toll will be levied in blood." The silence broke in as many eyes widened. They understood the meaning of Conrad's words, and their hearts sank deep. Bam! Everyone glanced at the gates and noticed them getting closed shut, while hundreds of soldiers from Conrad's army took position behind the crowd. "Today let all your hearts give up in shivers, because today dies the old kingdom of rivers. Do it," Conrad roared. Whoosh! Slash! Ah! "No, my child. Please forgive us." Cries of apologies and pain echoed throughout the hall, but the new king remained stoically seated. The grand wizards watched the massacre plainly, and the younger brother smiled. No mercy was shown. Man, woman, councilman, harem, or step-siblings all got their hearts stabbed and throats slit. No chance was given to any to submit. The soldiers mercilessly moved around and painted the floor red. For the two brothers, it was payback for their mother's spilt blood. It was payback for the loss of the mother the two brothers loved. But it was only the beginning, for only a few were present in the hall. After all, the old king's harem was not small. Chapter 272. Money, Money, Money. The bloodbath wasn't fast, and in some cases, swords were not even used. When the news of Conrad becoming the king spread through the castle halls, many women in the harem wing of the castle shut themselves inside their rooms with their children. There, some slit their own wrists, along with their children's. At the same time, some who lived on higher floors jumped out with their children to their inevitable death. It was not a good sight to hear the screams of someone falling from a tower in the castle every few minutes. But still, Conrad didn't show any mercy or stop the massacre. Instead, he ordered his soldiers not to stop until each one of his stepmothers and step-siblings was dead, for even a tiny glance at them enraged him, reminding him of his childhood that he spent in pain and misery despite being the crown prince. Sylvester didn't like what happened, but he was neither in a situation to stop it nor did he want to stop it. He knew if he were in place of Conrad, he'd have done the same, as each of the women from the old king's harem and their child were a threat to the throne. For now, Sylvester knew that he was done, and it was time to head out. After all, his plan wasn't to use Conrad anyway, since he didn't trust the latter as much. Yes, there can and will be many excellent partnerships in the future, but he knew he couldn't influence Riveria like he was going to do with Gracia soon. "I hope you succeed, my Spartacus." So he thought and waited until the throne room was cleaned. At the moment, the only survivors were the council members and some visitors who had come to meet the dying king. Everyone else was killed without any mercy. In his defense, Conrad said only one thing: marrying another woman while being married to someone is against the law of the faith. He didn't only marry different women over time but also held a giant harem, so he and all his wives are sinners. That was true, but not completely. Most noblemen could keep as many women as they wanted, but only as their concubines. They could only have one real woman as a wife, and if they want to remarry, then the current wife either should be dead or the marriage mutually annulled. Killing the concubines was a bit too much, but since the children were illegitimate, no one could meddle in the matter, as the law clearly states that concubines should not be used to further the bloodline. But at that point, nobody among the court members of the palace wanted to open their mouths due to fear. So, silently, they watched as all the dead bodies were taken away, and some wizards cleaned the area. But once everything resumed, Conrad made his first announcement, and it couldn't come as more of a shock to Sylvester. First of all, from today onwards, I will be creating a new position in my court that shall be equal and even slightly higher than all the council members, perhaps equal to my prima. From today onwards, I am nomming Lord Bard. Sylvester Maximilian, the official faith advisor of Riveria. Sylvester glanced at the man in shock and somewhat hidden excitement. Being a religious advisor was an extremely overpowered status. Sylvester remembered how various kings in the old times were controlled by religious figures, as scaring someone in the name of God was easy. Newly self-crowned King Conrad looked at Sylvester with respect. Lord Bard, you are perhaps the holiest man in the faith, along with the Holy Father. This kingdom will be blessed to have your grace shine upon us and help me usher all of us into an era of prosperity. Sylvester bowed his head. I will be glad to help you, Your Majesty. Wonderful. King Conrad clapped and looked at the council members. I want a detailed record of all the work each of you has done over the years since the day you started working. I want every single detail with no omission. Or else, remember, these grand wizards who stand beside me are older than your fathers. They remember what you might want to forget. All of the 10 council members bowed their heads while their feet shivered. They soon bid farewell and went to work in their official work chambers. With that, the throne room became empty, as other than Prima Jeremiah, Lord Atlas and Duke Rainer Fitz Riveria all left. Sylvester decided to bid his farewell as well. Now, I'm afraid I must return to the Holy Land and file a report of whatever happened here, but I'm sure we will meet again soon, as my work demands that I travel. King Conrad stood up and walked down his throne to Sylvester. Thank you, Lord Bard. You were instrumental in my rise. You can expect full support from me in anything you need, in anything the Holy Land may need. Sylvester shook the hand, but didn't sing any hymns as he understood that threatening the king, even indirectly now, could be harmful. Then I will look forward to it. I wish you good luck and hope you stay vigilant, for the enemies are often closer than you may expect. Don't trust those council members. They may try to bring you down, he warned. King Conrad laughed. Ha, don't worry, Lord Bard. I asked them for all their work summary so I could get my own selected men from the realm to understand the duties in the past. Once I have my team ready, the older council members will have no place in this kingdom, or the world. They were among those who stayed silent when my father abused my mother after all. Sylvester didn't try to correct the man. He had no moral high ground to tell him not to take his revenge, as he himself had killed the old king for being a threat to him and trying to hurt Xavia. Good luck, young king. Lady Aurora also waved her hand as they proceeded to head out. Soon they climbed onto the carriage seats, and Sylvester drove it out of the River Castle, perhaps one of the most beautiful castles in the world. But today, it had rivers of blood flowing through its halls and towers. Only time would tell if this bloodshed was worth it, however. As long as sanity prevailed in the new king's brain, his work won't be in vain, he hoped. Sylvester didn't take any rest this time, and headed straight towards the Ironstone Duchy, to regroup with his team and head to the Holy Land together. On the way, they also came across a few refugees who were going towards the Holy Land. Sylvester would randomly give a few some money to buy food or give some grains directly. It was the season of Solis, after all, and showing some kindness to them could go a long way. Soon, without any mishaps, he crossed over the border, entered the Hydeport and went right towards the Three Fingers village, beyond which was the Duke's keep. It took them a few days to complete the whole journey, but the best part about having a carriage with a house was they could rest anywhere. Still, Sylvester tried to find a monastery in order to stay safe from the Shadow Knight. Eventually, they arrived at the town outside the Ender Castle of Ironstone. The town was now immaculate, and flags of the church were everywhere, along with patrolling Holy Army men. ensuring that the law and the faith were followed strictly. They must be inside the castle. Sylvester reckoned and moved right into the castle. He stationed his carriage and tried to look for Felix and the rest. Only after asking around did he find out what status and work had been assigned to Felix. "I have a bad feeling about this," Sylvester mumbled to himself as he proceeded to Felix's office. "Felix," Sylvester entered the room and looked around. It was a standard room with a table at the end, and behind it was Felix with Gabriel. Felix stood up, jumped over his table, and gave a hug to Sylvester. "My brother is back. I heard what you did, Sylvester. You're one badass guy. You simply changed the king." Bam! Sylvester knocked his fist on Felix's head. "Never speak of it to anyone, Felix. It's not supposed to be even discussed anywhere." "See, I told you." Gabriel stood up and came forward to give Sylvester a brotherly hug. After all, everyone was worried for the latter as he went straight to the den of his enemy. Felix was warned by Bishop Lazark and Sir Dalaram as well, but he didn't listen. Felix defended himself. "Man, do you understand the gravity of this? My brother here had a problem with King Reveria, so he changed the bloody king itself. How crazy is that?" Sylvester chuckled. Indeed, it was somewhat inspirational and terrifying. But Sylvester also understood the gravity of the situation. "Never speak of this again to anyone, Felix. If people find out, especially the nobles, they will start fearing me, thinking that I can change any of them through underhanded means." Felix nodded. "I know I'm not that stupid." Lady Aurora scoffed. "Just like all thieves say they are not thieves." "Ha-ha," Sylvester chuckled and walked close to the table and took a seat. "So, what have you been up to?" A big, scheming, wild grin appeared on Felix's face. "He, Sylvester, thanks to your teachings, I have successfully taken some donations from families of nobles we caught." "How much?" Sylvester asked without much thought. "Many of them didn't pay, but a total of 300 nobles have donated me 340,000 gold graces." Sylvester froze and his eyes opened wide. "Can you repeat that number?" Chapter 273, Forged in Fire. Sylvester asked for the amount a few more times. He couldn't believe that ransoms could be this lucrative. The crazy thing was that if he tried to make this much money from his current salary, it would take him nearly 1,500 years. "You know what? I could have been an amazing noble lord with an army," Sylvester muttered. Felix laughed. "Of course you would. With that big brain of yours, catching the enemies alive would have made you more money than winning over new territories. Sadly, you're destined to be the church's chief virgin." Lady Aurora walked closer to Felix to beat him up. "Did you just call the Pope chief virgin?" Felix raised his hands in surrender. "Hey, I'm not wrong in saying that. Isn't the Pope supposed to be the first clergyman of the faith? Besides, I was only using that in Sylvester's reference. I would never disrespect our current Holy Father." Sylvester sighed and stood up. "Anyway, I should report to the Lord Inquisitor. You all pack your bags. We're going home." Finally, Felix exclaimed. Not bothering them anymore, Sylvester headed to the room that once used to be the Duke's office. But now it was stripped of all its wealth and remained a simple room with just walls and some windows. Knock, knock. Sir Hans opened the door and let Sylvester enter. Sylvester walked in and saluted the Inquisitor High Lord sitting on a giant chair. "May the holy light enlighten us, my lord. I am delighted to announce that the rotten root has been cut and a new one has taken place. The Reveria is secured." Inquisitor High Lord's eyes shined as he looked at Sylvester for a few seconds. Sylvester, meanwhile, smelled the emotions. He could sense the pleasantness, worship, and admiration, mostly pride. And that made Sylvester feel good, for he had told the angry old man that he could be trusted with this. "You have exceeded every expectation, young bard. I know it must have been hard, so I won't hold you here anymore. There is no more war nor any mystery to investigate. You may head to Green City first and take Princess Isabella along." Inquisitor High Lord ordered him and extended a stack of few parchments. Sylvester seemed confused, as he didn't expect he'd be allowed to keep Isabella with himself now. "Won't the church teach her?" "Yes, but under your overall supervision, young bard," Inquisitor High Lord said. "The Holy Father himself has signed the letter of appointment. You and Mother Xavia are to be the legal guardian and hosts of Princess Isabella throughout her time in the Holy Land." Sylvester felt some warmth in his heart. "Great! This means I can still brainwash her not to become a fanatic slave of the church and rather be my loyalist. With her being so close, I can definitely make her feel close to Mum and me. This can help me a lot." Sylvester nodded and looked at the papers. His eyes soon fell on a particular one. "This is summoned to the Supreme Council of the Holy Land." Sirhan smiled and spoke. "Congratulations, young bard." Sylvester confusedly glanced at Inquisitor High Lord, albeit having already guessed some of it. "I've never heard of this council before." Inquisitor High Lord's eyes shined red behind the visor. From him the smell of pride increased as well. "Young bard, over these past few months, what you have achieved has filled many hearts with pride. The feeling is apparent to all the clergymen, no matter where they reside. Hence this summon to the Supreme Council. It involves 32 cardinals and the Pope, who oversee promotions beyond archpriest rank. They have called you for an interview. It's uncommon for bishop rank, but you are anything but ordinary. So I, too, congratulate you, young bard." Sylvester, however, merely sighed in his heart. "Let's not jinx it." "Thank you, Lord Inquisitor and Sir Hans. I shall be on my way home then." Sylvester bowed his head, saluted, and turned around. Thud. However, Lord Inquisitor tapped his foot on the floor. "I shall visit you at your home in the Holy Land later. I have something to give you." "What is it now? I really don't like surprises at this point." But he couldn't show dissatisfaction or deny him. "May the holy light enlighten us." Sylvester left the office and returned to the ground floor outside, where his team was preparing to head out. It had grown big by now with the inclusion of Elian Mizar. He could already imagine how many heads would turn when Elian appears in his clergy robes. "Sylvester, tell Elian to just sit inside the carriage," Felix shouted as Sylvester arrived. "Horses are too scared of him otherwise." Sylvester glanced at Elian, who had mounted a big stallion, but the poor horse's eyes told a different story as it appeared panicked. Of course, Elian was a tiger beastkin, and this was anything but expected. "How did you mount the horse before during the battle?" Sylvester inquired. Elian bowed his head. "That horse was from my home village, Lord Bard. I had trained most of the horses there not to be scared of me. This one will take a few hours." Sylvester glanced at the horse and had an idea. "Let me give it a try." Then Sylvester glanced at Muraj on his shoulder, and the cat understood the assignment. So instantly, Muraj jumped over to the horse's head and started whispering into its ears. A minute later, Muraj jumped back to Sylvester's shoulder. "Done, Makesy. I scared him more. He will do as we wish now." Whoosh! The horse just peed, Sylvester muttered and shook his head. "Elian, do what you need to do. Everyone else, listen to me. We are to first go to Green City to pick up Isabella. She will be living in the Holy Land with us." "Yes," Felix exclaimed shamelessly. It was not hidden from anyone that he had a crush on the girl. But again, Felix had never hidden his intentions from anyone. "Let's move then." Sylvester climbed onto the reinsman seat of the carriage. Meanwhile, Bishop Lazark, Elian, and Felix rode horses. Sir Dolorum and Gabriel sat behind inside the carriage. They waited a few more minutes for Lady Aurora to return from reporting to the Inquisitor High Lord. Then by afternoon, they moved out. Meanwhile, back in the Duke's castle of Ironstone Duchy, A serious discussion was happening. "Are you sure about this? Letting Sylvester hold Princess Isabella? She's going to be the next queen," Sir Hans inquired. The Inquisitor High Lord forwarded him a letter from the Pope. "The Holy Father has recognized the young bard's talents in educating others. His hymns, his actions, and his maturity inspire many. Since the young bard represents the future of the faith, he should hold the key as well. But to allow them to live under the same roof. She's a famed beauty, my lord. Young bard is young, and in his age, unholy thoughts can sometimes cloud one's mind," Sir Hans added in a warning tone. Inquisitor High Lord stopped writing and looked at his assistant. "Worry not, as it would have occurred long ago if it was meant to be. Sir Maximus, Princess Isabella's grand wizard grandfather, offered her hand to the young bard in return for sparing his life. The bard refused instantly and fought the grand wizard persistently. I have also spoken to Aurora. She has made clear that the bard sees the princess as nothing but a little sister. So douse your worries and focus on this anti-light disease. Send men into Riveria and start conducting surveys secretly." Sir Hans saluted firmly. "Understood, my lord." Sylvester and the group spent the night at Baron Redmond's keep. He was the baron who also had his daughter killed and her breast mutilated. Now, the man had some answers, but he didn't care then and didn't care now. The following day, they all moved out early in the morning and wished to reach Green City by evening. Since their path went through Holy Road and Green Road, the highways, their speed increased. Sylvester and Lady Aurora remained in the Riensman's seat while Felix joined inside the carriage, combing his hair and making himself look suitable for the evening. They were going to Isabella's appointment ceremony as the crown princess of Gracia. It was a soothing summer wind, and the early morning was particularly refreshing. The wide, paved road and the smooth travel added charms to the journey. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Lady Aurora asked as she felt no one could hear them at that speed. Sylvester, who held the reins, looked at her. "About what?" "About your injury from back then, when the Shadow Knight attacked you. Do you have any idea how serious a solarium blockage can be? It can ruin a part of your body permanently. Imagine you're becoming a supreme wizard one day, but one arm or leg will remain at the level of arch-wizard," she scolded. But Sylvester only smiled as he smelled genuine worry, anxiety, and fear. "Look at you, laughing like a buffoon." He chuckled and looked ahead. "It's all right. I take care of the blockage every now and then by manually unblocking it. I didn't want to worry you all." "Foolish. You call us a team and don't share such things. I don't care why you won't seek treatment in the Holy Land, but at least ask us for help in your fights. You need not shoulder all the burden alone. Felix's brain is underutilized anyway, so use it." Sylvester chuckled. "All right, no need to do Felix dirty here. He's somewhat twisted but a good brother, just like how you're a good sister." "But you're the worst one for not sharing your problems," she barked back. Bam! Whoosh! All of a sudden, the 4 horses pulling the carriage dragged their hooves to stop as quickly as possible. In front of them, a carriage had somehow toppled over due to a broken wheel. A dozen or so people were trying to roll it up with ropes and their horses. Elian roared as he was at the front. "Move aside, do not block the path." Sylvester, however, picked up his spear and stood up. "Ah, here it begins again. I was waiting for the assassins to attack since we're out of Riveria now." "Assassins!" he shouted. Bam! But to his surprise, Lady Aurora stood up and pushed Sylvester to sit back. "You sit here like a good little boy. I'll take care of these maggots. Good God, I can't imagine the pain you're probably in, and you still want to jump into battle." Sylvester raised his hands and didn't move. Boom! But just then the carriage's door opened, and Felix ran out of it with only his pants on but the sharp sword brandished proudly. "Assassins! Where? Yes, finally I get to train my sword again, Max." Stay back and let me fight here." Behind Felix, Sir Dalaran walked out. His longsword was unsheathed too. He arrived beside Sylvester and tapped his shoulder. "I may not have eyes, but my other senses are heightened. She's right. You should have shared it with us. Look ahead, Lord Bard. Look at all the friendships you forged through the fiery trials of blood, sweat, and tears." Sylvester glanced ahead, and there he saw Lady Aurora in the middle, Felix to her left, Gabriel to her right, Bishop Lazark and Elian behind them, all walking towards the disguised assassins, with a smile on their faces, confidence in their gazes. Sylvester sighed and remained seated as he felt his heart beat slightly faster. Today, he realized that he unknowingly had started his life story's hidden chapter. Chapter 274, A Troubled Heart. Thud. Mommy. Slash. It was a total overpowering ass beating the dozen or so assassins got from anyone but Sylvester. Elian clawed the throats of his enemies, Felix stabbed them, Lady Aurora stabbed and roasted them, and Gabriel stabbed while taking the Lord's name. Bishop Lazark first killed one, then made it a zombie and had it attack its allies, which was genuinely hardcore. As for Sir Dalaran, he moved like he saw everything all around himself in each direction, and easily dodged all enemy attacks, then retaliated with minimal movements. The assassins turned out to be an A-tier group who had come out to make a name for themselves by trying their luck on Sylvester. Although there was an unwritten rule only to allow S-ranked assassin groups to go after a bounty between half and full million, they still went for it, as Sylvester's bounty was at precisely $500,000. Unfortunately for them, they were abysmally overpowered by Sylvester and his group, so they all died while crying for their mothers and families. But they received no mercy as they were assassins, and they chose this path in life. Glaps. Lady Aurora cleaned her hands and returned to sit beside Sylvester, while the others burned the bodies on the side of the road and removed the carriage. "See, that's how you do it, Sylvester. You're not alone in all this," she said while sitting beside him. "But have you thought about finding a healer for this? Maybe Mum can help me if she's fine." He didn't sound very convincingly confident, though. Lady Aurora also sighed. "I hope she's fine. Let's be quick now." Soon they cleared the road, burned the heathens, and were on the way again. This time, as the sun had risen completely, the road had become much busier, even more so since it was season of Solis. So no more assassins dared to attack Sylvester. By evening, they arrived at the Green City. The place looked ordinary. Just a few small flags were hosted here and there to signify that something important was happening. The number of guards had also increased, and the people seemed more cheerful. The occupation by the Inquisitors had ended long ago, and everything was back to what it was before. But none of them expected that Sylvester had become a legend after his short speeches that night when riots had occurred, and people tried to run away from the city. Sylvester was quickly recognized for his shining hair and pretty face as the carriage passed through the wide streets. "Lord Bard, you're back. May the Lord have mercy. My day will be good now." Many comments were leaving the mouths of the people as they waved at the carriage. Some tried to get close, but Sylvester waved his hand and shined his light on them without stopping. For them, this was enough, as whatever their problem was, whether financial, family, or health, it gave them hope that they had blessings from the Lord's Bard. After some time, some city's royal knights arrived and escorted the carriage straight into the walls of the castle complex. The drawbridges were down. The gates were open to welcome them. By the time the sun had set and the night drenched the world in the dark, they stopped in front of the main gate of the royal castle. "How do I look?" Felix came out of the carriage and asked. Sylvester shrugged. "Like any other day. You're wearing the same old ordinary clergyman robes, Felix. Just combing your hair and washing your face 5 times won't make you look better. In any case, you look decent already." Decent? What do you mean by that? Women tell me I'm very handsome. Felix proudly folded his arms. Just then Gabriel passed by. Great, he's now delusional. Felix's shoulders fell. Damn you, Gab, you foolish man gifted with good blood. Why does he get to have such a majestic beard and we get nothing, Sylvester? Indeed, Sylvester also glanced at Gabriel enviously. I ask that question daily when I wash my face, Felix. Forget it. Women like smart, clean men anyway. Is that a coping mechanism? Gabriel commented while taking some items out from the carriage. Sylvester and Felix ignored him and walked in. Prima of the king, Count Harvard Zelif, was there for them and showed them all their rooms in the castle, as they'd be staying for the night after attending the ceremony and the feast. It wasn't that the king or Isabella didn't feel sad from the death of their mother and brother, but they knew that the kingdom and the nobility needed a reason to let go and enjoy themselves, so the air around the royal family could be cleared up a bit. It went without saying they were given the best rooms in the same tower the king and the princess lived in, as they were much more than just guests. Then everyone went into their rooms to get ready. They were to wear ceremonial dresses. For Sylvester, it included a mitre on the head, but he was still lacking a rank plate on his chest. I should get one after returning. Knock, knock. Just then, a few rapid knocks came on the door. He quickly went to open it, wondering if it was an emergency. Hey, Sylvester, how are you? Sylvester was taken aback by the person. A beauty of mad proportions was a better word for her. Isabella stood in her elegant regal white gown with a long high neck and open space above her chest, showcasing her spotless skin. Her dress had golden embroidery of leaves, giving a more royal look. Around her neck was also a necklace with a huge blue crystal, likely magical. Above all, she wore something akin to a coat, also white. All of it embellished her figure and height as well. She had not tied her blonde hair, letting them freely fall to her back, some tucked behind her left ear, revealing her diamond earrings. All the while, her gray eyes sparkled at the sight of Sylvester. /N, see Isabella here. Now, Sylvester would be lying if he didn't find her attractive. She was definitely one of the prettiest women he had ever seen in both worlds combined. But he was not Felix, nor interested in relationships. For Soli's sake, just staying alive was proving to be challenging recently, so romance was far back in the warehouse of ideas in his mind. Whoa, you look, Sylvester replied. Immediately, Isabella rotated full circle and excitedly asked, How do I look? Cute. Her cheeks got puffed and she pouted angrily, joking clearly as the scent implied. You fiend! How could you call this heavenly jade beauty just cute? Cute is reserved for children, and I'd rather hear beautiful, gorgeous, and thud. How dare you close the door in my face? She roared like an angry white kitten and entered his room again. Now, tell me seriously, do I look good? Sylvester glanced back as if he was uninterested and nodded. Indeed, you look gorgeous, but why ask me? Sylvester had already sensed the red flags, sadly, and he was cursing himself for not making it clear already. He could smell the excitement, love, and lust coming from her. Come on, girl, I don't want to play with your feelings. Don't go down this route. He immediately realized that he had to do a few things to ensure she didn't see him as anything other than an elder brother. Perhaps Aurora can help me with this. I hope she can. She folded her arms and replied in a rather stoic manner. My brother, of course. He's trying to lure some strong high noble to marry me now. I'm just 17, for God's sake. I don't want that, so I need you to walk with me into the hall when the ceremony starts. Sylvester denied it immediately. Take Felix, I'm busy. She didn't budge. No, it has to be you. I don't feel comfortable with him. Sylvester glanced back at her. Then you have mistaken him. He may seem like a horny degenerate, but he knows his boundaries. Most of the time, he's merely joking, and you never have to fear him jumping on you. He's just goofy. She nodded silently and shyly played with her hands. But still, I want you because then everyone will shut up. You're too handsome, Sylvester. I know that, Sylvester replied, having met women in the past who would have thrown themselves at his feet if he had politely asked. You don't really have to worry. You're to be the queen, so no random rich lord can marry you. Unless the church and I approve, you can't marry. What about now? She asked again, looking into his eyes. God, will she cry if I keep pushing? He wondered and walked up to her. He could sense her emotional state, trying to find something to hold on to with half of her family lost. Fine, but you must maintain a 1 foot distance between our shoulders. I don't want any rumors that the Lord's bard has been tainted. I very much wish to remain a virgin. She chuckled and nodded firmly. Aye, Lord Bard. With that, she quickly turned around and left his room. Sylvester glanced at Murad sitting on the bed and watching everything with interest. So clingy. What's with you two? Because in Makesi I trust, Murad replied lazily and started rolling on the bed. What? 2 hours later, the throne room of the castle was filled with nobility of all kinds, from close and afar. There were also traders, the wealthy ones. Then there were various clergy members, though they were only hanging around Lady Aurora, trying to curry favor. Thud! Just then the gate at the far end of the hall, perpendicular to the throne, opened. The herald shouted the announcement. Here comes the crown princess, the lady unmatched in beauty. By the grace of the god, Princess Isabella Gracia. With her comes the famed bard of the Lord, the wise, the favored one, Sylvester Maximilian. The door finished opening, revealing the forms of the two. Isabella, in her expensive, regal and royal gown, looked stunning, while Sylvester, in his ordinary robes, mitre on the head, still looked devilishly handsome without even trying. But both being blonde, they appeared like a perfect match. I said 1 foot apart. Now you're holding my arm. Sylvester scolded her from the side of his mouth. She did the same and waved her hand with a smile. I'll make it up to you later, but for now just smile and wave. I really need this suitor to be called off. Who even is this man you're so scared of? Sylvester finally asked. She pointed at a certain someone with a nod of her head. The man appeared exotic with his brown skin and the golden ornaments around his neck. That man, he's the 5th prince of the Masan Empire, here to apologize on behalf of his father and forge a friendship. Sylvester read through the lines. So his claim on the throne of Masan may grow stronger with the emperor nearing his death. She nodded and reeked the scent of fear. My brother, he is such a fool even to entertain him and believe his words. Sylvester clutched her hand tighter, gesturing to her that she was safe. Without church's approval, your brother can't do anything. However, this Masan prince, after all that's transpired. He stared at the man, wondering what schemes the shadow of Masan planned now. Could this be the man himself? The audacity. Chapter 275. Some ambitious men. Sylvester and the Masan prince's eyes met almost instantly. Sylvester was interested in him to see if there was any secret about his identity. Was he even an actual prince or a spy? Meanwhile, the prince's eyes showed envy and discomfort with Sylvester being close to Isabella. But for now, the ceremony was to occur first. King Harold Gracia stood up from his throne and walked forward to hug his sister. But before the man could hug Isabella, Sylvester hugged him instead. He aimed to send the message to the king's imbecilic brain. Your Majesty, have you not learned your lesson? Did what transpired in your land not open your eyes? You are not the spearhead anymore. You're merely the stick now that does nothing but support the blade. Church advisors will arrive soon. Until then, don't ruin your legacy. Don't you dare marry Isabella to any pathetic lowlife out there. Now, smile and wave. Sylvester could feel the fear in the king. After all, Sylvester was something to be feared at this point, especially by kings. But the man was smart enough and kept smiling. Then went to hug his sister. After that, the ceremony started, which involved some rituals, some prayers, and finally, the ceremony where a crown was placed on her head, along with many noble lords of Gracia kingdom kneeling and swearing fealty. It was a tedious ceremony, but after a few hours it was over, and the feast started. Thankfully, it was not as dull at the feast since a few musicians played the flutes and some sort of single-string guitar-like crude instrument that sounded more like a cello. The real socialization started as a large hall was turned into a place for the feast. There were servants everywhere, women trying to woo some eligible lords and vice versa, while the clergymen silently ate without drinking any alcohol. At the end of the hall was the main table of the king, overlooking everything. But only the king was sitting there alone, as Isabella had joined Sylvester and the rest at a different table. Sylvester was busy, however, as he had not one but two Bellas to feed. One was his own and the other belonged to a cute furry boy. Muraj, albeit he didn't need much food, he still ate just for fun and taste. Yes, he was very greedy. So every now and then, a little paw would rise from underneath the table onto Sylvester's lap, asking for more meat and banana. Isabella, you look stunning. Here's my gift to the future queen of Gracia. Felix forwarded a small wooden box to Isabella. Though he didn't act like a pervert or such, instead, he appeared calm and serious. Isabella didn't mind and took it. What's in it? It's just something I picked up long ago when I fought a couple of village raiders. It's a finger-sized effigy of a demon popular in the folk religion of desert tribes. This effigy is supposed to keep your enemies awake at night and slowly degrade them mentally. Who knows how much truth is in it, but it's pretty interesting. Felix explained his rare and meaningful gift. Isabella kept it. Thank you, Felix. Ah, it's nothing. Felix shrugged and got back to eating. He was certainly playing the double game of not acting too strangely. Sylvester, meanwhile, was looking around at the various guests. He could see a few faces whose blood idols were in his possession. There were even a few counts, and he couldn't be happier about it. If I play my cards right, I can turn the entire Gracia kingdom into my playground, and then I won't ever have to worry about my coffers being empty. He thought and glanced at Isabella, who was talking with Lady Aurora. I can't ever let her fall into hands that may misuse her against me. She's too naive and kind for her own good. Teaching her my craft to some level can help, but too much could harm in return if she starts questioning me. Excuse me, may I have a dance? His thoughts were interrupted as he heard a male voice near him, but it had a different accent. He looked, and sure enough, there was the fifth prince of the Masan Empire, extending his hand towards Isabella. Sure. Instead of flustered Isabella, Sylvester stood up, grabbed the prince's hand and dragged him to the side where the crowds of nobles were shaking around and started dancing, holding the prince's waist as if he was a woman. The brown man looked fairly smart and had long black curly hair. His eyes were also brown, with some dark circles or cosmetics. He had a short beard, and there were tattoos on his face, not many, but just a few lines. Strangely enough, he wore thick gold ornaments around his neck and earrings with purple diamonds. The man didn't shy away from showing his wealth. It's nice to meet you, Your Highness. May I know your name? Sylvester asked while dancing. It was comical in others' eyes, but Sir Dalorum, Bishop Mizar, Elian, and Lady Aurora knew what Sylvester was doing. Likewise, Lord Bard. I am Ibrasil Murmasin, the fifth son of Emperor Zenith Hull Murmasin. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Sylvester continued to move around. Although Prince Ibrasil was a strong and tall man, it wasn't hard for Sylvester. He could feel the nervousness in the prince's heart. I must say you're quite brave to appear here after what transpired in Duchy of Colorwood and recently to the king's brother. The witch confessed to everything, and your famed shadow of Masan left behind enough clues for me. So, tell me straight, why are you really here? Sylvester asked him while glaring into the man's brown eyes. For those inexperienced, it was a strange view. For the experienced warriors, it was a standoff. The prince stood straight. I do not ally myself with the policies of my father. On the contrary, I very much believe in mutual existence and peace. Lies, so easy to catch these buffoons in these cases. Yes, we have our entire northern part ruined by you. Yet here you are, trying to woo the next Queen of Gracia, unable to defeat the Warsong Kingdom in the south. From the position you stand on, it's hard to believe you want peace. I'd rather say you want allies to fight. Sylvester rebuked almost instantly. Prince Ibrasil, albeit middle-aged, felt overwhelmed by Sylvester's gaze and aura. It seemed as if the latter knew everything before he even opened his mouth. Still, he had to defend himself. From the Holy Union, both of our lands will benefit. We can strengthen each other with food from the east and gold from the west. Ah, a weak argument of a weak man. He has ambition but no confidence. You'll be easy to scare. Sylvester didn't buy it and, in fact, learned valuable things from his emotions. Holy Union. May I know what her number will be in your harem of wives? In the West, you guys openly practice polygamy, don't you? Even the church rules have been tweaked. So tell me, Your Highness, are you married? The prince replied hesitantly, T3, I have 3 wives as of now. Sylvester sighed and shook his head. I'm not against what you do in your land, but you're not going to bag the Queen of Gracia as your free-to-use sex slave. So put my next words in your permanent memory. Until Princess Isabella becomes the queen, she remains in the direct protection of the Church, the Holy Father, and we have an understanding. Prince Ibrasil nodded his head in a second. I understand. None shall try her before she takes the throne, Lord Bard. Good, I hope you'll enjoy the meal. The spicy steak is surprisingly great tonight. Sylvester stepped away and walked back to his chair beside Isabella. What was that? Aurora asked from the other side of Isabella. Sylvester picked up his glass and raised it towards Felix. Clank. That was a man-to-man talk. I've educated him about certain conditions and situations in this part of the world. No need to worry about marriage now, Isabella. Eat to your heart's content and worry not if you get fat. Sylvester jokingly put more food in her place. She chuckled and ate. Thank you, great Lord Bard. With that, they all enjoyed the dinner to the fullest. Sylvester sang a few hymns for the people as well, but that always resulted in some nobleman crying to him and confessing his sins, asking for forgiveness. Of course, they got no forgiveness. Sylvester reported all their crimes instead. After all, who told them to get that drunk? But the night went well, and eventually, everyone returned to their rooms to rest as they were to head to the Holy Land in the morning. Since the road was good and Holy Land was not too far, they were optimistic about reaching home in half a day. Meow meow. Meow meow. As always, Murridge woke Sylvester at the first light of the sun by slapping his face. The furry white boy had to go and freshen up outside and needed Sylvester to open the window. Fine, fine, I'm waking up. You're seriously more accurate than a clock. Sylvester muttered and sleepily walked to the window to open it. Murridge quickly ran to it. Don't close it, I'll be back in a jiffy. Sylvester rubbed his face and looked around the room. Time to say farewell to you as well. My entire house may be smaller than this room, but that's the only place I don't feel doomed. Soon after, he packed his luggage and walked out. He regrouped with the rest and headed to the stables of the castle. Everyone was happy as they were returning to the Holy Land. Isabella came to give them a farewell, however. She stopped them as they were loading the carriage and spoke after deeply bowing her head. Everyone, thank you so much for everything you did for me. I know my family and my actions brought you a lot of pain and problems, and for that I apologize. But I promise never to waver and always be just. I will do my best to become a queen you all can be proud of. I may not be as strong as you, Lady Aurora, or as smart as you, Sylvester, but I will try and make this kingdom better for all of us. She was getting teary-eyed by the end of her short speech, telling her strong desire to be a good ruler. However, Sylvester looked at Lady Aurora beside him and conveyed the message with a raise of brows. They realized that none of them had told Isabella about her future. So Sylvester started. Isabella, my mum and I are assigned as your guardian and host while you'll live in the Holy Land. You shall master your magic and learn many theories and tactics to employ when you become the queen. I know you are looking forward to finally getting some freedom and doing what you want, helping the people. But you must first get the right training. She wiped her eyes clean and looked at their faces dumbly. I what? Lady Aurora chuckled. Stupid girl, you're coming with us to the Holy Land. Whoosh! But surprising both of them, she lunged and hugged Sylvester and Aurora's necks, hanging her head over their shoulders. It appeared Isabella had found more warmth in the arms of a few strangers. She came to care so much for than her own real brother. Sylvester sighed and patted the back of her head. Such emotions, such happiness. Well, Mum won't be bored at home now at least, but I wonder how she is. Chapter 276, Mother Xavia. Isabella had to pack her wardrobe in haste, so it didn't take much time to hit the road again, this time in the peace and warmth of the sun. The road was full of Holy Army soldiers patrolling as there were a lot of pilgrims. The whole road was also full of pilgrims walking on the side. The best thing about the highways of the East, such as Holy Road and Green Road, was that they had an abundance of trees at their side, ensuring that the pilgrims could have some shadow over them down. Not to mention, the trees were mostly fruit trees. Hence, the poor pilgrims didn't have to spend too much money either. As long as one did not try hoarding the fruits and only ate them there, they were accessible to all. During the season of Solis, the Holy Land also orders the monasteries beside the highway to open their free giant rest houses made of tents and free medical centers, providing food, water, and healing. After all, these 2 months were the most important and holiest for any clergyman or believer, so mostly everyone did their duty with honesty. This view is so blissful, to see all these people going to the Holy Land with nothing but worship in their hearts. Lady Aurora sat on top of the carriage with Sylvester and Felix. Meanwhile, at the Riensman seats, there were Isabella and Gabriel. All of them were enjoying the warm breeze of the summer. At the same time, Sylvester had kept hundreds of small food packets ready-made of banana leaves. They contained some soft salted bread and fruits. May the holy light enlighten us, Sylvester shouted and threw a food packet at the man, who caught it carefully. They were merely helping those who appeared too poor or tired. Of course, they had no reason to, but Isabella was rich and decided to bring certain items from the leftover food at last night's feast. They continued to do that the whole way. Eventually, they arrived at the last turn, which led right into the tunnel that entered the Holy Land. There was a lot of traffic as many nobles simply didn't wish to walk, so they used carriages. As for the commoners, they had to stand in long crowded lines and identify themselves, along with registering themselves. But surprisingly, no man was complaining in those lines, while the nobles who sat in their carriages were nagging about the delay. All the while, they also had handheld feather fans to douse their discomfort. Heck, there were slaves to fan the feathers. Society, Felix muttered as they came close to the final entrance of the Holy Land. Since their carriage was too recognizable, along with the flag, Lady Aurora and Sylvester on top, they entered without even getting stopped. Wait, is that? Sylvester suddenly exclaimed and jumped off the carriage the moment they crossed the final checkpoint. Immediately, Gabriel also stopped the carriage and brought it to the side. They couldn't really leave Sylvester behind, and they were also interested in seeing who Sylvester had recognized. Though to their surprise, Sylvester went to the long line of commoners and started talking to a man and a woman, surrounded by a few tall and strong-looking men who seemed more like soldiers than pilgrims. Count Raftel and Countess Melinda. Sylvester spoke with a pleasant voice and smile. Count Raftel smiled but didn't take off his hood. Lord Bard, I was wondering if we'd even get to see you here. As we had said, we are here for the Lord's blessing and hopefully better treatment for Melinda. Just then Felix also arrived and went for a hug. After all, he was closer to Raftel as a noble than anything else. How are you, my lord? You look thin. Count Raftel chuckled and glanced at his wife. I know, she says that often. Sylvester patted the man's shoulder. Take care of yourself, too. You are the last of your family remaining. And how will she be free of mind if you're not healthy? But why are you standing here? Come, no need to spend hours in this line here. I will drop you inside. It's all right, my lord, we wish to go on foot. There is no worship without hardship. This wait is a test for us, Lord Bard, and hopefully by the end we shall have his blessings. Count Jartel replied. At that, Isabella came and held Countess Melinda's hands in hers and apologized on behalf of her family. My lady, I know what happened cannot be completely repaired, but I assure you that House Gracia and the other duchies of the kingdom will do everything in their power to help the North. Sylvester nodded. Possibly, it won't be necessary. My lord, I hope you give me a visit after you're accustomed to the Holy Land. Then perhaps we can have a business venture together that can benefit both of us and the goodness of the world. Until then, I shall write a reference letter for you so you may be treated by some of the best healers here. Count Raftel bowed his head in thankfulness. That will help us a lot, Lord Bard. I'll be forever grateful to you. It's all right, my brother in faith. Now I must take leave. I shall see you later. Sylvester bid his farewell as he noticed that a dozen men around the count were disguised as commoners but were soldiers, so there was no security issue. After that, Sylvester got back on the carriage. It didn't take them long to reach the Pope's Peninsula. From there, everyone had a place to be. However, Sylvester ignored the summons from the Supreme Council for now and headed to see the person who mattered to him the most. He waved his hand and took his horse, Frost, from the herd tied to the carriage. He also had to take Isabella along as her guardian and host. I'll see you tomorrow then. Wait, I'll come with you. I want to see Mother Xavier too. Felix blurted and followed Sylvester's horse. Bam! However, Lady Aurora came quickly and smacked him on the head. Don't put your nose where it doesn't belong. Let Sylvester see his mother in peace today. We shall converge tomorrow morning at Sick Bay to see her. Felix glanced at Sylvester and received a firm nod from him. He caught the seriousness and hint of emotion in Sylvester's eyes. Even he wasn't dense enough to ignore those. All right, Sylvester, give her my best wishes. Soon, everyone waved goodbye and went on their way. Felix and Gabriel went to their allotted single-room housing. At the same time, Sir Dolorum and Lady Aurora headed to the Inquisitor's camp. They even took Elian along as the tiger Beastkin had no place to stay. As for Bishop Lazark, he was a rich man and had his own tiny house. Before long, Sylvester and Isabella rode their horses to the Sick Bay, where Xavier was still admitted. Sylvester didn't show it to anyone, but he wanted to rush and see her to ensure she was fine. He had avoided the depressing thoughts long enough, so this was a moment of truth for him. Was she all right? If not, then how bad? Where is Mother Xavier admitted? Sylvester asked the low-ranking staffer priest at the front desk. Big brother, but just then a known voice came. Raven, where is my mother? It was Gabriel's sister. Follow me. She quickly guided them to the top-floor room reserved for important patients. Without waiting, Sylvester slowly opened the door, trying to see if Xavier was sleeping. His heart pounded in his chest as he wondered about the letter she had sent before, not written by her. Sylvester had, over the weeks, thought about what it could be that had left her unable to write. However, as he entered, the form of Xavier came into his view. Inside the room, she was resting on the bed with her back supported by a few pillows. She appeared awake and holding a book in her hand, which she read merrily. Her face had a warm, soothing smile, and her red hair shined under the sunlight coming from the open, large balcony glass door. In Sylvester's eyes, she appeared as kind and motherly as the day he had first seen her. But today, he felt somewhat hurt as he noticed the folds of bandages on her neck, going from below her chin to her chest underneath the loose white gown. But then he noticed something more problematic. As she flipped the book page, her hand seemed to shiver wildly as if she had no control over it. What happened to her? His mouth felt somewhat dry as he remembered the debt he owed this woman, a debt of life. "Mum," he called for her softly. Xavia's head quickly turned towards the door, and her eyes watered up instantly, for she'd longed to see that face for a while now. "Max, you're back." As she raised her shaking arms towards him, Sylvester didn't waste a moment rushing up and embracing her in a warm, familial hug. Xavia held him firmly, wrapping her arms around his chest, while Sylvester held her head under his chin. They remained like that for a few seconds, holding each other dearly. At the same time, he could hear Xavia's muffled words. She was so happy to see him finally. "I missed you, dear. This time you were gone for so long." He let her go, wiped the small tears from her eyes, and caressed her face. "Yeah, I didn't expect it to take this much time. But how are you? And please don't lie." Sylvester had already smelled the love, anxiety, and fear dwelling in her, signaling that she was holding her words back. But he wanted to hear the harsh truth rather than soothing lies. "I'm fine, dear." She smiled widely but appeared strained clearly. Sylvester shook his head, however. He didn't even have to smell her emotions, as he could easily tell whenever she lied. "Come on, Mum. I know your brows don't move whenever you try to show a fake smile, so tell me the truth. What's your medical condition? What have the healers said?" "She's not fine." Raven started before Xavia could. "I'm sorry, Mother Xavia, but I must tell him everything for your own good. Brother, she was stabbed from her neck to her shoulder, damaging something in her that the healers could not identify. They had to keep her in intensive care and work on her for 3 days and nights to save her. But there were consequences." "What is it?" Sylvester questioned in a rush. "Mother Xavia has forgotten. No. The healers said that her body muscles have forgotten how to move." Chapter 277, The World's Choices End of Volume 2. Sylvester's heart sank, and he glanced at Xavia, who was stealing gazes like a child. She wanted to look at him, but, at the same time, couldn't muster the courage. "Which healer checked her?" Sylvester inquired, though a hint of defeat was now in his voice. "The best of the best. Saint Medico, Cardinal Charles Knows Leeds, the Pope's chief healer. The Holy Father brought him himself," Raven revealed. Sylvester's fist clenched so hard that his nails dug into his skin and made it bleed. "Those bastards! As I sensed back then through lies, Saint Cyr is behind the attack on her. Since the Pope knew about the scheme of putting the Shadow Knight behind me, he must know of this too. Shameless lunatics. How can they now act as well-wishers when they are the evildoers?" He took a long breath, rubbed his face, and dragged a chair to sit beside Xavia. He then held her hand tightly while caressing his other hand on her hair as if she was a child. "What did they say? Can she be healed?" Raven nodded strongly. "Of course, in fact, she has already started to recover. Saint Medico said that her muscles just need to remember the feeling of all the movements again, but it will be a gradual process." Sylvester stared into Xavia's eyes with 100 thoughts emerging in his mind, trying to make sense of the sickness. So, is it something akin to ataxia? But does that mean her spinal cord or a nerve was somehow harmed? He honestly didn't know what to do. Could Solarium alone heal someone like that? He could only hope that, eventually, he would teach her body movements again. But for now, he had sensed something else that made him sad more than anything else. He smelled the scent and sensation of fear from her. "She's scared of angering me. Is it because of my outburst at her after Romel's death? He remembered not talking with her nicely for some time after what had transpired back then, which had made her very depressed. But now that he thought about it, killing Rommel started a chain reaction that benefited him deeply in terms of influence over Riveria. I have many friends, goals, and wishes, but to her, I'm everything. Her world starts with me and ends with me. Her loyalty to me is undying, and she fears me. Sylvester glanced at Xavier again, staring into her blue eyes akin to an ocean. She tried to look away but could not. Pat. He tapped her head and chuckled. I guess I'm the mother now. I will have to teach you to walk and eat now. That immediately relaxed Xavier. Good. Let go of that fear and anxiety, mother. You need not fear me, rather, it should be those who dared harm you. Xavier chuckled and faced Sylvester nervously. You're not angry. Why would I be angry at you? Instead, I'm angry at the administration that allowed this to happen. But for now, let's not talk about that. Have you eaten? He asked while letting her rest back. Knock, knock. But just then, knocks on the door resounded, and two female healers entered in their white robes. But they seemed annoyed seeing so many people in the room and tried to send them off. Only one person can stay. The rest of you go and wait in the lobby. It's time for Mother Xavier's muscle training. The two healers busied themselves and tried to push them out. Since Raven was a regular, Sylvester and Isabella were being pushed. But Sylvester didn't even budge and glared into the eyes of the brown-haired, black-eyed, middle-aged woman. His golden eyes shined as if a predator was looking at a lowlife whose neck he could break at any moment. Dare not touch me, healer. I am Xavier's son. I will remain here for as long as I desire, and if you deny, then I will have the Holy Father write to you if you need so. Why, you are the Lord's bard. O God, can I hear a hymn? She went into fangirling mode, but soon felt a tap from her partner and shut her mouth. She then turned to Isabella. You, out of here. I am Isabella Gracia, Crown Princess of Gracia. I shall stay here for as long as I wish. Isabella repeated Sylvester's words. The poor healer rubbed her palm on her face and turned around. All right, I'll shut up. Let's go, Mother Xavier. In front of Sylvester's eyes, the two healers worked hard to help Xavier slide to the edge of the bed. They were very delicate, and there were momentary frowns of pain on Xavier's face. Sylvester felt a fire rise in his heart as he saw Xavier's body trembling completely. Her thin legs didn't move unless the healer moved them. Her arm movement was limited to the point that only her wrists could move. Certainly, her injury was much deadlier and deeper than anyone had reported to him. Sylvester felt his heart go cold seeing her state. I should start plotting for St. Cyr's painful demise, or if I can't even defeat a mere rival spy, then I should stop dreaming of becoming the Pope. Then he saw as the two healers lifted Xavier, held her arms over their shoulders, and tried to help her walk in the long corridor outside. They tried to mimic the walking movement by tying Xavier's feet with theirs. Sylvester just shook his head at their crude methods and had already planned a healing treatment for Xavier. But he didn't disturb them as they only did their job, a tiring one from the looks of it as they kept going for half an hour. After that, Xavier was placed back in bed to rest. By then, Raven had also taken Isabella to the food court, so Sylvester remained by Xavier's side alone, her hand firmly held in his. Dear, who is this Shane Colt? She picked the old-looking book from her side and asked suddenly. Sylvester recognized it as he had left it at home, on the bookshelf. He liked to read it as it contained a memory that always reminded him why he couldn't ever give up. Xavier continued. He wrote such a cute hymn about you in this old journal, so I wrote one for you too, taking inspiration from this talented man. Sylvester's mind suddenly had 1,000 flashbacks of the past, of the day his dreams changed from just surviving to wanting to conquer and build a world of his own choice. Finally, his shoulders fell a little, and the exhaustion showed its effects. Since being born, month after month, crisis after crisis, he'd been battling foes, demons, or uncovering nasty schemes, with his life constantly on the line. It was bound to take a toll. I feel so tired, but if I relax, it'll be my neck and their deadly axe. So he took the journal from Xavia's hand and put it on the side. Not a man. He was a little kid, Mum. A very good child who lost the fight against the darkness that lurks around us. Now, let's not talk about this. You sleep and rest, as I will start your baby walking classes tomorrow. Xavia warmly smiled and rested down, but she didn't let his hand go and slept on her side, facing him the whole time. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere before I see you heal completely. Now close your eyes. Sylvester assured her, sensing the worry in her heart. Soon the room got engulfed in silence except for the tweeting of birds outside. He caressed his warm palm on her head and ensured she felt safe, happy and calm. Though he could see she wasn't sleepy from all the excitement, so he decided to sing a hymn. Since you're the baby now, I will sing a lullaby. Once there was a mother, so pretty like none other. She lived with her son, mighty like none other. He was born so fat, shined wherever he sat, rode like a knight on a cat. But the cat was also fat. Ftahaha, stop, Xavia laughed uncontrollably. I'll sleep, okay? You're terrible at lullabies. Sylvester adored seeing her smile and being happy. Of course. Usually I sing about death, God, and burning heathens, so this is the opposite of my profession. Now go ahead and sleep like a baby. Xavia held his hand tighter and made herself comfortable. Don't worry, this baby won't cry too much. It's all right if you do, Mum. Before long, as he kept caressing her hair, she fell asleep, likely tired from her exercise a while ago. Makesy, I'm not fat. Also, I sleep with my big mum here. Murrej soon jumped from Sylvester's shoulder and tucked himself beside Xavia's chest, putting his fluffy head on her arm. Sylvester pulled the sheets over the two and patted both their heads softly. Yes, Lord Chonky, you're not fat and it's just the fur. Now don't snore and sleep like a good boy. Aye. Murrej closed his eyes and started snoring, thankfully not very loud. Sylvester stayed with the two, caressing their heads for an hour or so. Then, when he ensured they were asleep, he picked up the journal and walked over to the balcony with a chair. The sun was still an hour from setting, so he had ample light to read. First he opened it and found the hymn, "O Great King of Bards." Then he turned the page and found what Xavia had written with her uneven handwriting. In the calming breeze of the evening, he read it under his breath, trying to understand its meaning. Each line, each word related to him directly. He felt it was all written so lovingly, intentionally. He read it once, and then he read it twice. He didn't even know when it happened thrice. In the middle, however, he stood up and glanced back at Xavia, sleeping happily. Then the journal fell from his hand, and the meanings of the rhymes he began to understand. In his mind, the hymns rhymed. It contained no Xavia's wishes or demands. Instead, it was a proclamation of her love, her life, and how she'd not be hindered by a mere sharp knife. Whoosh! All of a sudden, for unknown reasons in the Soli's holy season, the halo appeared. Sylvester didn't sing in words or breaths, yet it remained behind, shining brighter than ever. But that wasn't all. His eyes appeared with an unnatural golden glow as if they, too, shined as he stared at the sun. The aura surrounding him didn't seem warm anymore, as even the glass door in the back seemed to turn white and crack. This was pure destruction, threatening all who sought his mind's corruption. They came after me with the Shadow Knight, and I said nothing. Now they raise blades against my mother and erase her smile, and I'm supposed to still serve you, sing your praise. Against the dusking sun, whose light slowly became frail, Sylvester's eye and halo seemed to arrogantly prevail. But at Soli's, no hymns, only questions he could exhale. This halo of yours, this talent in me, you gave it, you made me. You say you're real. Then answer me, is my simple dream of a little peace so impossible? Halo-clad, Sylvester knelt and saw the sun hiding behind the horizon. Coward, answer me if you're real. Is it too much to ask to coexist willingly? Must I take the world for peace to exist? Or must I burn it all so none are left to resist? In utter silence, his unanswered words were echoes of the future. An echo that was heard by oracles of far and closer, but no one could understand what it meant or who it represented. However, the world's actions were now going to define its fate. Will they realize their mistake, or will it be too late? Will they die or kneel when Sylvester arrives at their gates? It was an answer that only the mythical master wizards of time could state. Oh, my handsome bard, when the times were sad, when the days were dark, in my sorrow you appeared, like a cheerful giggling spark. You filled my life with joy, the difference was stark. Who knew with you on this thrilling journey I'd embark? Oh, my handsome bard, my life's greatest blessing. For you, your mum is always so obsessing. Yes, I can sometimes be very unpleasing. But for your well-being, I can't help stressing. Oh, my handsome bard, my peace of mind. Thank God, our fates are forever intertwined. So never worry when you're feeling confined. Remember, Mum will always be standing behind. Oh, my handsome bard, I know life has you vexed. Embarrassing, but let me get these words off my chest. I wish to be your mother in this life and the next. If more than that too, and the next and the next and the rest. Xavier Maximilian, the proudest mum in the world. Chapter 278, Heard Around the World. Marashia, Masan Empire's capital. The city that never sleeps, the city that never falls, the city that was never destroyed. Be it a natural or man-made calamity, there have always been defenders who kept it safe, for there existed the eternal castle of the Mermasan royal family. The castle was so big that it could be called a city in itself. Made with 100 castles of immense size connected with each other in close proximity, it was the most beautiful and terrifying sight of the West Saul. For anyone who sees it wonders, how powerful are those who reside in it. In the magnificent castle, one tall tower existed right in the middle. It stood out not for its height, however. Instead, its top was made of a humongous sphere made of glass. It was the tower of the chief oracle of the Masan Empire, one of the most prestigious positions, for it helped the empire ride through the many storms yet to come. And that day, too, as the sun started to go down, the giant sphere of the tower started to shine. Inside, the oracle, an old brown woman, began to see something in her ancient white orb of watchers. She focused on it and spoke as the prophecy was made. Beside her were also some of her students. Do not play with fire, for it can burn, particularly those who refuse to learn. Your deeds will now dictate whether he incinerates you. With your actions, decide to be cherished or perish. Is that it? A man from the emperor's royal court asked, as he quickly noted down the prophecy to send it to the emperor. Chief Oracle nodded, appearing tired. This is it. It didn't reveal who it pertained to or who it would affect. From the words, it seems like a warning. Bam! But just then, the door to the chamber opened and a man walked in. Teacher, I had my first prophecy today. It was related to something playing with fire and burn. There were a few more men and women following him, all saying the same thing. They had all witnessed a prophecy as well on their personal orbs. It was rare to have a high talent in this field of magic, so most oracles don't even see a prophecy for years on most occasions. But here all of them saw it, and it was the same for all. The chief oracle started sweating as she looked at the emperor's court official. I think I should speak with His Imperial Majesty and explain this complex prophecy. Unfortunately, there aren't many details, so I will have to speculate. I'm sure you don't want to do it. The man agreed wholeheartedly. He loved his head above the shoulders a lot. Understood, my lady. Please come with me then. However, as she left the tower, she looked outside from the glass. She could see the city in the distance and the vast lands. All she could think of was, who else saw this? What? Melianthia City, capital of the Warsong Kingdom. Sand continent, where small kingdoms are spread like grains of sand. Central continent, where the state of war remains in effect for centuries. In Libertia, the land of the free. Deca Imperia, the united city of the species in Bisteria. The Dragon Kingdom of Green Peaks. The Grand Elven Kingdom of High Ragnum of Ophia. Holy Land, the land of the faith of Solis, where the power of Sol resides. Oracles had their eyes opened throughout the world by the sudden prophecy that came like an adrift fire and vanished without warning. But they had recorded the words, and most felt nothing but ominous about it. They hurried to their kings, masters, lords, and self-proclaimed gods. But being so vague, they could only fret about it for some nights and then forget. For life goes on, no matter what. Back in the Holy Land, the sun again showed its face and spread warmth to many hearts of the pilgrims. As for Sylvester, he had fallen asleep outside on the balcony in the chair, letting his tired body have some much-needed relaxing, for the Holy Land was the only place he could rest easy. Meow mew 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 meow. Sylvester woke up to the cute sound of Muraj. It was very close to him, so he looked. What are you doing? Muraj looked back as he sat on the balcony's brick wall. Good morning, Makesy. I was training to sing like you. One day, I too, will impress everyone I meet with a few words. Why, do you have a crush on someone? Another cat? Sylvester asked as he combed his hair with his fingers and cleaned his face with some elemental water magic. Muraj showed his jaw, however. Crush? Yes, I very much want to crush all those who want to harm you and Big Mum in these mighty jaws. Sylvester sighed and just patted Muraj's head. The good furry boy had lived in isolation for so long that he had no idea about the common terms used around the world. Chonky, never change. He allowed Muraj to sit on his shoulder and returned to the room. Xavia had just woken up from the looks of it as she was rubbing her eyes with her shaking hands. She was in visible discomfort. Let me help. He got closer and used his fingers to clear the corner of her eyes. Then he helped her sit back with some pillows. I'll get you the helpers. I'm sure you need to freshen up. But first, Sylvester gave Xavia a glass of lukewarm water. Drink it until then. I will wait outside while they will help you. If you need anything, just call me. At the same time, Sylvester decided to go and clean himself as well since he had an important meeting to attend. He didn't know what would be discussed or what tests would be taken regarding his promotion, but he hoped to be wearing the bishop's mitre by the end of the day. In half an hour, he saw some healers leaving Xavia's room after finishing up the morning routine care for her. So Sylvester entered, but to his surprise, the whole gang was there. Felix, Gabriel, Lady Aurora, and Sir Dalorum had arrived. As for Isabella, she had stayed the night with Raven and was also back. They crowded around Xavia's bed and asked her many questions. Felix, who didn't see any difference between Xavia and his own mother, went for a hug. After all, Sylvester and his friends had spent years together, sometimes at his home, so they were all close to Xavia as well. Lady Aurora, meanwhile, was cutting some apples for her like a grown-up. At the same time, Sir Dalorum stood silently behind everyone else as he couldn't see anything. Just listening was enough. Xavia was all smiles, however. She even loved all the noise in the room as that brushed away all the isolation she was feeling. Thank you for taking care of Sylvester, everyone. Felix nodded proudly. It's all right, Mother Xavia. He's my brother after all. Sylvester shook his head and got closer. Are you sure you're talking about me? Because I remember saving you from a certain witch that night. Ahaha, I was merely kidding. Mother Xavia, you created a magnificent strong boy. This time, he stopped a great war between Gracia and Riveria, solved a grand conspiracy, and brought down a rogue witch. Felix clarified and explained in some detail. Aurora also added, albeit with a hint of envy. On top of that, Sylvester also saved my life by holding his ground against a grand wizard. He also saved me from a soul-eater demon, and we later defeated it. Seriously, Xavier, tell me, who is his father? Where does his monstrous talent come from? His father. Sylvester smelled the anxiety skyrocket in Xavier's mind, so he intervened quickly. No more, don't bother her with such useless questions. Instead, talk about something positive, something great. Ah, mother, I have news for you. Do you remember Isabella? Sylvester dragged Isabella to the front. She was in a simple body-fit white gown, and with her freely swaying hair, she appeared no less than an angel. Xavier tried to straighten her back. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you again, Your Highness. Isabella jumped forward quickly and stopped Xavier from being so formal. Please, Mother Xavier, just call me Isabella as everyone else does. We spent so much quality time together, albeit I ran without telling you, and I ask forgiveness for that. Sylvester patted Isabella's head as if she were a child, much to her dissatisfaction. Mum, she's to become the next Queen of Gracia once she turns 24. Until then, she is to live in the Holy Land and learn all sorts of things, from magic to history and statesmanship. And guess what? You and I are her appointed guardians and hosts. Xavier's face instantly bloomed with excitement. Really? Will she live with us for so many years? God, I always wanted a daughter. Your Highness, you are very much welcome to my house, but it's too small for all of us. Sylvester rubbed his chin. I will ask the head of Bright Mothers, Great Mother Grace, to allot me one of the biggest units on the top floor of the housing building. I heard they have 4 rooms. That would be great. I will teach you how to cook so and much more. Of course, if you're fine with it, Your Highness. Xavier planned out everything, not even realizing that she first had to be healed. Isabella held Xavier's hand and agreed. Of course, I would love to, but only if you start calling me Isabella. Just Isabella. All right, I will try my best, you Isabella. Xavier quickly corrected herself. Aren't you getting late? Lady Aurora voiced suddenly, aimed at Sylvester. Oh yes, you have that meeting, Felix remembered. Go, brother, we're here with Mother Xavier. Sylvester nodded, fixed his clothes, and put the mitre on the head again. Wish me luck. Where are you going? Xavier inquired. To get a promotion, Mum. What? Sylvester didn't take Murage this time as he feared the Pope might catch him again, though he didn't have to travel too far as the meeting venue was the administration office itself. It was, as always, in a state of utterly busy chaos as clergymen ran around here and there in haste. It was impossible to find anyone lower than the rank of archpriest in the building. However, many recognized Sylvester and gave a quick nod of their heads before going on their way. As for Sylvester, he went to the front desk and asked where to go. Then, like always, a clergyman was called to guide him to the Supreme Council chambers, a giant, round, stadium-like building segment. Through the many corridors, gardens, and turns, the man guided him to a giant metal door with many carvings and 2 gigantic statues of knights on the sides as guardians. I can feel the increased solarium here. Are these 2 statues magical? They can probably come to life like golems. Sylvester thought as he looked around at the enormous structure. It felt like a building inside a building. They are waiting, Archpriest. The man guiding him gestured. Sylvester fixed his mitre again before moving to the door. All right, let's do it. Chapter 279, Supreme Council's Verdict. In the distant land of the so-called heathens, in the southeastern part was a giant walled kingdom called Ophia. It housed High Ragnum, the seat of power of the elves, the contender to be named the strongest species in Bestiaria, and dragons of the northwest. For the most part, Life in Ophia was blissful, with a preference for nature being the priority for all the species that live under the protection of the elves, such as dryads, fairies, and centaurs. It was like any other day for most. But in a room inside the royal palace, the Elven King remained unconscious while his face sweated, and his closed eyes appeared full of activity. His fingers also moved, and his legs seemed to kick every now and then lightly. His pale white face and short pointy ears all seemed to glow red, as if he was suffocating. But if someone were close, they'd have noticed even the heart had stopped beating. The situation remained the same for seconds and then minutes. For 15 minutes, the Elven King, Rathagun Zeke Eldarin, remained virtually dead. Whoosh! Gah, yes. Suddenly, his deep gray eyes opened wide as he panted loudly and fast. Tears slid down from the corner of his eyes. The tears were filled with the pain of more than a decade, of the long, secret searches that went unfulfilled again and again. He then quickly stood up, tied his long black hair behind, and dragged his body to the table beside the bed to write what he saw in that dreamlike vision, afraid he might forget it. H. Holy Land, ex Xavier Sylvester, he wrote it down weakly. Then he took a long breath to calm himself and ensure his heart was beating again. Still, he couldn't help but cry even more as the sunlight from the windows felt a little more pleasantly warm today, and that feeling strengthened his resolve as he clenched his fist tight. He, my son, is so blessed. What? Heathen! Sylvester turned towards the voice, another cardinal accusing him of something in the second hour of the meeting. It didn't feel like a meeting anymore, however. It felt like a trial, one-sided. The only difference being he was sitting by the same giant table as others. Archpriest Sylvester, what you did can tarnish your name and brand you as a heathen. Complete insubordination, gross misuse of power, and constant overstepping of authority. What are you? A cardinal, a saint. But, Your Eminence, I had to act, or it would have been too late. In the end, I was able to help build a friendship with Duke Conrad, and because of that, now he has made me the faith advisor of his court after the untimely sad demise of King Riveria. Sylvester spoke in his defense. But he didn't slip the fact that he killed the king. He doubted that these cardinals knew about it. They likely knew the church was behind it, but when and how was impossible to know. The cardinal sneered. What do you have to say about the death of Duke Demon? Couldn't you have handled it differently, or allowed a more experienced, high-ranked clergyman to handle it? Now we have lost a great military commander. Now Gracia's coast remains weak. Sylvester didn't take the accusation silently, however, but he could already smell that what was happening had nothing to do with his actions and everything to do with the factions that divided the council of 32 men. Their jealousy against him was not hidden from his senses. I did send words to the administration, but I had to act before the situation got out of hand, before he could lay siege to the Green City, Gracia's capital. I even defeated the Duke Demon's army while being abysmally outnumbered, with extreme casualties on their side. Another cardinal pointed the finger then. You made contact with Duke Conrad without our permission and plotted everything. For how long were you planning this? Are you the Lord's bard or a fiend conqueror in disguise? You overstepped your authority by multiple levels. Only the Holy Father could decide something like that. Sylvester sighed, knowing that factions had been formed and these men were divided among themselves too. Some of them sang his praises, and some of them only wished to tear him apart. Politics, Sylvester sighed inside. He noted down everyone's emotions. Many were admiring him, some were worshipping, but the jealousy was thriving above all. However, there was one emotion that alarmed him the most. Why does the Holy Father reek of sadness? What happened to him? Shouldn't he be speaking right now? He wondered in silence and let the cardinals do their barking. Speak, Archpriest. Your silence will not clear your name. We have heard a lot of troubling words from Saint Cyr's report as well. More than half of the treasury in Duke Demon's castle is missing, and you were the first one to arrive there." Another cardinal questioned Sylvester, this time making everyone straighten their backs. Sylvester glanced at St. Cyr sitting there too, as he was a member of the Sanctum Council. That smugness, I so much wish to break all his teeth. Sylvester made himself appear shocked and disappointed. "And where do you think I kept all that wealth? Are you saying I ate it? Please, Your Eminence, don't accuse me of something you don't have proof of. I was inside that castle to battle a witch and was busy doing so. If anything, St. Cyr should know better as he came to take over the command from me. When I arrived, the gates were already open, and the Duke confessed that you took the keys to that chamber." St. Cyr spoke from his seat. Sylvester took out the key he kept around his neck like a locket. "I was going to submit it to St. Wazir while giving the detailed work report. I took the key because I didn't wish for the Duke to try something and swindle his wealth away. But clearly, it happened anyway." "What about the extra donation you took from nobles in return for the hostages?" Another cardinal questioned. Sylvester promptly replied, "I spent hundreds of thousands in the war, helping Ender village and much more. It all came out of my pocket." "And where did that money come from? From what I remember, an archpriest's salary is merely 35 graces." They questioned him. Of course, Sylvester had an answer for it as well. "I earned that money from my entrepreneurship venture, Your Eminence. It's quite lucrative and humane." Not everyone knew it, but some did about his business and deal with the Bright Mothers. Unsurprisingly, those who wanted to find wrong in him spoke negatively about this too, as a cardinal sneered and pointed his finger in a fake fit of rage. "I remember now. You are making those things called bras. Such a perverted hobby you partake in, archpriest. The Lord is watching. Can't have them walk all over me, or they'd think I'm a pushover. They're already against me anyway, and I still have the support of 2 grand wizards." Sylvester read the nameplate and addressed the man by his name. "Cardinal Merryworth, I am disgusted that you'd say that. Do you have any idea what those women face in their day-to-day life? They are my mothers. I saw them since I was a baby, and you accuse me of such vile thought. I designed those clothes for their well-being, for the betterment of their life, so they won't have breast ailments and may be able to move around quicker. I care for them, and that's why I made such a thing. And if you consider that sin, then perhaps you should look within." Sylvester didn't stop, however, and looked at the faces of each member. It was time to carefully craft his words and show his dissatisfaction while also reminding them that he was not to be dealt with politically. Instead, he should be supported and promoted. "Is this why I was called here, to be slandered, to be shamed and accused of such?" he asked them. "Archpriest, please, we don't mean any disser," St. Wazir tried to speak. But Sylvester cut him off. "A month? That's how old I was when Solis spoke to me for the first time. I was 5 when I cured the plague in Pitfall Town. At 9, I stood against a bloodling, and at 17, I killed a bloodling, then another bloodling, then a soul-eater which once killed a pope and many guardians in the past. I saved Bright Mothers. I saved millions in this war. I invented a life-saving treatment. I brought light to the bloody conspiracy by Masan Empire. I gave my everything to the Holy Land. And you doubt me." Sylvester then abruptly sang a few words of a hymn, making a halo appear behind his head. "Fear not the man whose eyes are blind, but the one who is sightless in mind. To them, even if the Lord speaks directly, they will shout, scoff, and ignore it ineptly." He spoke normally again. "What I do, what I invent, and what I plan, I do that by the grace and words of the Lord, and to deny the knowledge that he imparts to me is akin to denying the words of Solis himself, which I consider heathenistic." Sylvester remained silent for a few seconds and savored the flashing sense of fear, shame, and worship from the cardinals. After all, no matter what, it was a fact that Sylvester was the bard of the Lord and incredibly blessed. So, no matter how scheming and evil they were, The fear that God was watching them certainly created some doubt and panic in their hearts. I ask of nothing more than what I deserve, respected senior clergyman. I merely hope to be promoted so I can use my authority, name, fame, blood, sweat, tears, hymns, and halo for the best of mankind. That's all. He purposefully made himself sound tired and sad at the end and let his shoulders plummet. Absolute silence echoed throughout the giant empty hall with only the seats and the stone table in the middle. It was eerie for many who saw the future of faith in Sylvester. Goff. Saint Wazir started from his seat beside the Pope. That was, I'm sure we all know here your immense contribution towards the Church. So, let's continue with the vote. Fellow cardinals, please write your verdict on the parchment in front of you. Sadly, however, some cardinals were very vocal while writing their vote. Rejected. Unexperienced. Too young. Soon, Saint Wazir had all the parchments magically transferred to him. As this voting mechanism was placed to ensure the powers of the Sanctum Council were kept in check, I will respectfully read the tally. Out of 32, 20 are against promoting Archpriest Sylvester to higher clergy. 2 have abstained and the rest are in favor. Holy Father, do you wish to veto? Sylvester glanced at the Pope, who had remained quiet the whole time, not even looking at him for some reason. But even now, the man merely shook his head and remained the same. Saint Wazir looked at Sylvester with saddened eyes. Archpriest Sylvester, your petition for a promotion has been rejected, and I must respect the council's decision, no matter appalling it may be to me. Sylvester sighed. As I expected from the start, bloody politics. But what happened to the Pope? Why is he being a mindless mute today? Chapter 280. Reason behind Pope's grief. They were never going to make me a bishop. They will never allow me to rise if the voting is done like this. They only serve their self-interest and their masters. They will always find an excuse to pull me down. If this continues, I may only become a bishop when my hair starts turning white. Sylvester was annoyed and frustrated, but not taken aback. For long enough, he knew that the Church was not united anymore. The Pope may have done great to bring peace, but the Holy Land's internal structure was as rotten as it was during the war. So it was better to say that more than the outside, the inside of the Holy Land needed a crusade. Why, if I may ask? Sylvester questioned, but only stared at the Saint Wazir with his golden eyes. Saint Wazir shifted uncomfortably in his seat. After all, the man knew better than any that Sylvester's achievements were enough to make him a cardinal, let alone a simple bishop. Sadly, he couldn't meddle in politics. So he tried to give a satisfactory answer. Age, Archpriest. If we were to make you a bishop, then you'd be the youngest bishop in the Church's history. Naturally, this may not sit well with the rest of the clergy, especially the bishops. Jealousy may not do anything outside, but it can burn people from the inside, Archpriest. As I've noticed, Sylvester replied with a calm face, of course, pointing at all the mad cardinals in the hall. Saint Wazir nodded and continued. As we know, you're also a God's favored. So, while it's noteworthy and prideful that you rose through the ranks to be an archwizard so early, your rivals are still in the master wizard ranks. But the contest to prevail as the God's favored is not all about strength, but also mind, actions, and heart. So, to make you a bishop, it would be unfair to the others, as it'd be considered a win for you by default. Sylvester didn't buy it. So your understanding of keeping the playfields equal is to pull me down from my rise. I thought the Church would appreciate having a strong member. Since when did we start quashing talent to not hurt others' feelings? Saint Wazir knew he was making it all up and felt embarrassed. Still, it's a fact that you're too young, barely 18. Bishop is the rank of the higher clergy, requiring experience, time, and age. Sadly, that's what the majority here think you lack, Archpriest. Sylvester glanced at each of the cardinals who were against him. Go on, play your faction games. One day I'll have your heads. What now? My contribution goes unnoticed. All the life and death battles I fought were for no reason, Sylvester questioned. Goff. St. Cyr spoke then. Archpriest Sylvester, you have been doing high-risk assignments constantly since you were commissioned from the school. I believe it's high time you also experience some administrative duties and learn how the Holy Land works. Sylvester didn't like the sound of it a bit, so he glanced at Saint Wazir to elaborate on this. Your next assignment, Archpriest Sylvester. From now onwards, you are to spend 6 months in the Holy Land and 6 months in field assignments. In addition, you shall focus on administrative duties as well and study under the direct oversight and tutelage of the Holy Father. For this time, you shall oversee this year's season of Solis and ensure no mishaps happen during the pilgrimage. You may also train as you wish to better yourself. Nice, so I get to read the Holy Father's mind, and this is great. I wanted to take a break anyway. Sylvester was elated inside, but he knew he had to show dissatisfaction. Are you stunting me, forcing me to sit behind a desk when my best use can be in the fields to fight the demons and bloodlings? What am I even going to do here? I've read nearly everything available to me. Perhaps that can be changed, Saint Wazir added. At the behest of my authority, I can still do a few things for you. You shall get all the perks of a bishop, including the salary and housing from now on. Not to mention the most coveted perk, the restricted library only accessible to the higher clergy. These bastards, this way they can shirk their responsibility whenever I ask for a promotion. Sylvester read through the words. So I should stop even thinking about being a bishop, he questioned. For a few years, yes, St. Cyr chimed in. Followed by St. Wazir. The council has decided, Archpriest, you can sit among the higher clergy members, but we do not grant you the rank of bishop. Sylvester retained his disappointed expression. I understand, Saint. You may take your leave now, Archpriest, St. Wazir said, and the gates opened. Sylvester stood up and walked out of the hall silently, not even glancing at the members or bidding farewell. He ensured that each one of them saw the moment they rejected what was rightfully his for their petty schemes, and that whatever may come later will be of their own making. Thud. Eventually, the door shut close with a thud, and many cardinals in the room took a sigh of relief. But just then the Pope stood up and started walking away, seemingly disappointed, but he didn't leave without addressing them. Do not assume I see not what just transpired. I see it clearly, what exists in your hearts. You should all fear the Lord. If the first Pope was walking among us, he'd have cried tears of blood for your actions. Take my words with a due warning. Choose the right path, or don't come to me crying when you'll face the Lord's wrath. With that, the Pope left, but along with him went the peace of mind of many cardinals. Of course, they knew that their actions were no secret, but today they had openly shown their contempt towards a young talent who should, in all common sense, be heavily promoted. After all, a shining young handsome man who could sing and create a halo was a much better preacher of the faith than a few bright mothers or some old priest. Sadly, the contenders and many factions only saw threats in him. After all, he was the only man in the Holy Land with the talent to become a supreme wizard one day, to stand above all. Sylvester silently walked out of the hall while thinking about his next steps. He really needed a promotion if he wanted to become the Pope fast. But there were walls made of steel in his way, and he could do nothing about that as they all exceeded him in authority by a significant margin. I'm afraid I'll have to do something so major, so crazy that my name is known all around the east of Saul. My name should be on the mouth of every single clergyman, so much so that if they wouldn't allow me to rise naturally, they'd be forced to do it. But what should I do? Sylvester, how did it go? Sylvester came out of his thoughts and looked. Lady Aurora stood in her battle armor, looking as great as ever, but in her arms was a big bouquet, likely to congratulate Sylvester. After all, becoming a higher clergy member was not a small thing. Sylvester just shook his head. They insulted me and my work, accused me of crimes, denied me my right. They are playing a dirty game of politics inside there, Aurora. In there sit people in the majority who want to see me lose and stay a lowly ranked nobody. What? She exclaimed loudly. How could they? Most of those old blokes have never achieved anything close to what you have, and they denied you. Are they blind? Did the Holy Father not say anything? Sadly, the Holy Father remained silent for some reason. Not only that, I have been stunted and barred from taking any outside assignments for 6 months every year. At the same time, they had the audacity to give me the perks of a bishop and the salary of a bishop, but not the rank. They say I'm too young. Sylvester made his dissatisfaction very clear because he was about to ask her something. Lady Aurora appeared angry as well, and she had every right to be so. This is beyond dumb. Anyone who voted against you does not deserve to sit in that room. I, I don't know what to say to ease your frustration, Sylvester. But there is something you can do to help. Sylvester glanced at her with a scheming smile. Just a little thing. Of course, Aurora was well aware of Sylvester's geniuses. Please speak, my wise brother. Spread the word. Tell the inquisitors that I was mistreated, ignored, and rejected. That all my grand achievements were ignored just because I am young. Let them spread the word, too, so all clergymen know that their achievements mean nothing because, in the end, they will all be ignored. Let the clergymen ask their superiors questions about me. Let's give these old men the headache of a lifetime. That's all good, but what about your promotion? She asked. Sylvester shrugged and continued to walk. I guess I'll just have to work harder. That's wrong, she burst, appearing angrier than Sylvester, understandable as she saw his struggles at each step. You, for the faith, you still suffer in pain. Sylvester moved closer to her and took the bouquet. It's okay, Aurora. Let them play their schemes. As long as you and the rest trust in me, that's enough. In the end, the Lord will do justice, I believe him. Anyway, this bouquet is useless to me. Can I give it to Mum? Aurora took long breaths to control her anger and nodded. Yes, you can. God, I want to beat someone so bad now. Sylvester chuckled and walked with her. Young Bard, wait there, please. Sylvester turned around and noticed Saint Wazir coming towards him with a parchment in his hand. Sylvester sensed the scent. He's frustrated. He wanted me to be promoted, but why is he here? Please don't be angry at what happened in there, Archpriest. Those men are a pain in the back for even the Holy Father. I assure you, we will soon find a way to bypass the council, but until then, please cooperate with us. Saint Wazir apologized, smelling of half-lies and half-truths. But I stopped you to give this. The man extended the parchment. Sylvester took it in confusion. What is it? Saint Wazir's face fell as utterly broken sadness became apparent. An invitation to a funeral session, funeral of the fifth guardian of light here in the morning tomorrow. What? Aurora exclaimed. Sylvester was speechless and the parchment fell from his hand. Grandpa Monk is no more.